Yeah, and it's my mom. Hang on a minute, this will be fun. Mom, I'm gaming right now!
Yes. Yes, you are.
Mom, I'm gaming right now! With my friends, Mom!
Hey, don't do me! Hey, I'm here too!
Mom! I'm gaming with my friends! What do you want?
Hey,
And I'm streaming, Mom! Mom!
I'm hanging up.
I love you, Mom.
Only 5 minutes left. A fire team that fights together stays together. Double down. Tell them to line up faster. Fantastic work.
Oh my God. I didn't just do that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I think Marv would have been very proud of me in that moment.
I have the holocron. See here. You didn't make it, Grease.
Here? Just get up.
Ah! Ah! I don't know what happened there. Wikipedia for me, but I have a Wikipedia. And I hate it. Oh wait, is that an empty? Tell me that's an empty suit. Okay, it's an empty suit. Okay. Oh, but I don't like the music that's playing. I do not care for the music that is playing right now. And there's a lot of ammo around here. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there.
Which
And
should be the upcoming update that's...
What the hell is that?
that is Barry. Barry. So you gotta say hey to Barry.
So is this the haunted house in the Halloween season?
More or less.
And they just keep all their
just keep going along.
Other
You're doing
prop?
fine. You're doing fine.
Oh, fuck, what was that? What is that? What the hell is that?
What was that? I don't know. You tell me.
What was that? Okay, yeah, you know what? See, you know I will get you.
Oh,
get you.
bullshit! You're the one, dude. You're the one that took me to TWA at night. I don't want to fucking.
Oh, well, I missed this.
All right. Anything on your EMF?
Do you want to play ball with me? Okay. Fuck that.
We are off and running, chat. Here we go. All right, Phil, move forward. Now, Phil, I will tell you right now, I will not leave you alone in this game. Open this door, Phil. Open this door to your left.
The one that I'm okay.
Yeah, the one on the left. Okay, walk in there. And read what is on the portrait, Phil.
How was that? Was that you?
No.
Because I didn't read anything and I just heard a noise.
No, just
Magna.
This is awesome.
That switch does not seem to do anything. Exactly. It just shuts off the armor.
It shuts off the armor.
Let me see if there's a switch over here. These switches here.
That was not us.
Again. Alright.
I think I heard Sabrina say mom.
Huh?
What? I thought you were in another room.
No, she didn't say anything.
Did you not?
I heard that.
I thought
that was Serena. I heard Mom.
Me too.
I heard it too.
It wasn't.
That was not a real person.
I'll tell you what, I know, I'm gonna take a seat over here.
Maker.
The maker. You're probably told not to speak to strangers. And that's fine. That's fine. My name is T. And over there's my...
Was that you squeaking?
Ooh, no, that wasn't. I heard that.
Yeah, that's now I hear you squeaking.
I heard
What was that? It
I
sounded
don't-
like a voice.
I don't... It did.
Yeah, it wasn't your... Because
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't.
doesn't
Nothing got
sound
caught
like
in my throat. There was. I marked it, but it was a mumble. Did you heard that, right?
100%.
Cat, I swear, are you really doing this to me? Are you seeing this? Ah! Damn it, Cat! Don't. Oh my God! The cat. You little jerk! Man? What did you do to my game, Cat? I swear to God.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very wow. Hang on. It's a very rushed. It sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Which is ironic when you think about it, because usually people say, "Oh, all theaters are haunted." I don't think all theaters are haunted.
Well, this one's definitely.
I mean, something's.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But-
They're just not talking to us right now.
They're just not talking to us right now.
You want to go in for the green room?
But I ask you, since when does an actor never want to talk about themselves?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, it's me, Twitch Dad, and I'm here. Yeah, this is where it starts to get super creepy. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be, chat. I'm just going to come out and say it. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be. So, there you go.
Well, pitter patter, let's get at her.
Okay. Glad I got that out of my system. Overriding it could destroy my software. But I made that choice when I hooked into that first computer and the consequences it would bring. I'm sorry we won't see the outside together. I thought I needed to carry on the memories of humanity to hold on to the past. But I see futures and companions in you. Here, let me take that off of you. You were my friend, the very best I could have asked for. Oh, damn it. This is going to be another Last of Us ending where I cry, isn't it? I'm tearing up already. Oh. He's headbutting him. Oh. Oh, my heart! Oh, my heart! Oh. Why am I crying at a video game? Oh my god. I did it, hon. I did it, hon. I am. I finished Stray. Worth every minute. Worth every minute. I'll move your butt just a little bit. There you go.
What?
I wonder if she's pregnant.
She does look like. I was just wondering if her belly was a little bit big.
Yeah,
Maybe that might be why she's hungry.
that might be.
So, Jack, you are upset that Wesley fought for Virginia, fought against his own people from Gettysburg. That must have been aggravating.
Did you just whisper? Did you just whisper?
Keep going. Everything you got.
No, I don't know. I'm worried.
He's back at red.
Come on.
Oh no.
Steve
We got him.
Sailor! Steve Sailor! You did it! You did it!
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Steve Sailor! You just picked up your second seal. That's a motherfucking great seal. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
Teams. I fucking love it when T gets hyped.
The team made entirely of your clan. Hold on. I'm going for it.
Right?
Yeah, you just saw 80 inches of me touching my nipples on your wall. You're never gonna look at your wall the same way again. Okay. Okay, everybody. It's time. Here we go. Are you ready to get weird? Are you ready to get weird? I am. You know, I've actually been looking forward to this because, you know, this is issue 20. Issue 20, 20 issues. And I'm so happy to bring all this to you. Hey, everybody. You are joining OSI, Old Spirits Investigations, live on Twitch. And I am your host, T. Morris, for the evening.
Hi, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Hi, Captain!
Oh! And I don't know. I should know the lyrics to SpongeBob SquarePants, but I do not. I really should. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Yes, you can call me TT Monster or Twitch Dad. It is time to get weird, but we're just going to warm up a bit for the hour, just to make sure that people get the notifications. I just finished sending out... Oh, wait. There was one place I did not put out that I was going live. And this will be the first time that I've actually done, you know, like a simultaneous, if you will, like a multiple story, if you will. I have no idea what these stories look like when they go live, but we'll give it a shot anyway. Let's see. I'm gonna see jaunty angle. That looks like a nice jaunty angle. Okay. Old Spirits Investigations now live on Twitch. Issue 20. Issue number 20 of the Grim Gazette. Issue 20. Almost feels like a comic book. Well, that's not it. So yeah, I hope everybody is doing all right, having a good Tuesday. Again, many emails sent today. Many emails. Chris, how are you? Good to see you in stream. Issue 20 of the Grim Gazette. And I did promise everybody that that issue 19 was going to be live by now, but because of some, I don't know what the issue is. Let me just double check, see if my stream is behaving properly. Well, first I got to start my captions. That would help. And then...
Hello there.
Hello then. Oh, and
Hello
I have
there.
audio. Okay. And yes, it says I'm streaming at 1080, so that's good. Everything seems to be appearing fine, but for whatever reason, issue 20 of the Grim Gazette. And let's see, I'm just going to say recorded live. Oh, for frick's sake, no. Although this is what I wanted. Sorry, everyone. I know this is entertaining AF. Watching me, put stuff, in, all right, there we go. Ooh, it's too small. It's too small. All right. Have I got everything? I think I got everything. Okay, Old Spirits Investigations, issue 20 of the Grim Gazette, recorded live. There's my name. And your story. Boom. Boom. Sorry I haven't been able to catch your screws. It's okay, Aquarius. I understand. This game can get, a little crazy. I totally get that. Hang it. No problem. No problem. But yes, it is time once again for the Grim Gazette. And I think I've got all the posts out that I need to get. I've got all the news articles that I need to get. Before anybody asks, no, I did not. I do not have for tonight's Grim Gazette. I do not have the article about the woman that won an award for AI images, but it turned out that she actually used like real photography. And yeah, I find that charming AF. I do. I find that absolutely fan-freaking-tastic that she won the competition and she's like, yeah, this is an actual photo. This isn't AI, so suck it, nerds. And I mean, you've heard me talk about it. Like I said, I don't have a problem with AI. I don't. I use it. I use it for what I call throwaway art. And what I mean by throwaway art is basically stuff that I know it has value, but it's not like something I'm going to frame or something that I'm going to like. If I were to try, and it's DIY art, if you will. And what I mean by that, man, that's a tough one. I mean, I'm sure that's a discussion for another day, but not necessarily for the Grim Gazette. I already have a deep dive selected, and I'll be talking about that also at the top of the hour. Well, not at the top of the hour, but during the recording of said Grim Gazette. I was supposed to have 19, but for some reason my upload and interwebs has been a little dicey. So please let me know if there's something weird going on with the stream, because I really don't want to. I do not want to reboot my router, but I have to remember to do it. If not tonight, first thing tomorrow morning. Well, no. See, that's the thing about the thumbnails. But first, I wanted to read the story that you dropped in here secondhand. This is happening out in Idaho. Farmers are being told to shut off water. Others are being told that the water canals will be closed or heavily monitored. So basically, a lot of farmers will not be allowed to water their crops for the summer. And many of them on loans that are dependent on them selling these crops. If they can't get these crops grown and sold, their loans will be pulled by the bank or whomever. Yeah. I'm sorry. Being so my late wife's father used to be a farmer. And it just, in the words of my late wife, it destroyed him. It absolutely destroyed him. And I hate to say it, but being a farmer is probably one of the most thankless jobs in the country, probably next to being a teacher. And it breaks my heart when people do stuff like that. There needs to be like special waivers for farmers that allow them to do their effing jobs. And if they don't do their jobs, we go hungry. I mean, that's the bottom line. And kind of tying it back to Factor, which I know that has been the leading question about what I was talking about in the reaction video. Why do you hate Factor? I don't necessarily hate Factor. I just enjoy cooking that much. And honestly, this would affect Factor, because if farmers can't create the produce for Factor is going to be, pretty much screwed. One of the causes for a Great Depression comes from down to farmers being ignored. Exactly. I totally get that. Speaking of ignored, I'm getting a reminder from GamerCat here. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. I'm getting a reminder from GamerCat that he needs treats. So let me go on ahead. Let me lighten the mood just a little bit with some love to Sebastian and Benedict, and then we'll get back to just some pretty grim Gazette talk. Okay, be right back. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. I love you. I love you, buddy. Love you, buddy. I'm gonna fix the camera so everybody can see your beautiful face. Did the camera break? I think the camera broke. Hold on a sec. You see books, but no gato. No gato. Hang on. There we go. Doing a little camera adjustment here, everyone. Please stand by. Your call is very important to us. There he is. There's the GamerCat. Then, big boy. Because it's issue 20, and it is a special occasion. Really? Wow. Because it is issue 20, it is a special occasion. We're going to give him some food. From here, guys. Wow. Okay. How about some more? Jimmy, give me the goat. The goat fodder. working just fine all freaking day today. And now they're acting up again. All right, hold on. There they go. Hopefully that'll work. Yep. All right, they're moving now. And now wow. Mic check 1, mic check 2. Oh my God, really? I'm having all the tech. Oh my God. I'm having all the tech issues right now, chat. Bear with me. I've got all the tech issues. I'm having all the tech issues. Not sure what happened with Mike. Man, yikes! Try again. Trying again. There we go. Good Lord. Not sure what happened there, chat. Not sure what happened there. Okay, cats are working. Camera's working. I'm still very low. I wish I knew why. Let's go to Michael. So wait and see where. Let's see where they're pulling the microphone from. No, I should be fine. So I still sound low, even though everything looks fine on the So I still sound low. Is that what you're saying? Very low? Really? Oh my God, I can see it. I'm barely How about now? Like my headset's in the other room? Wow. Okay. Let's try this. Mic check 1, mic check 2. How about now? How about now? Anything? Anything at all? Bueller? Yes, no, maybe so? Sorry, everyone. I did not expect to have tech issues today. Still low, but better than it was. Jeez. All right, so right now I've got my microphone peaked. Like it is turned up all the way. Hopefully you can still hear me all right. You want to continue showing what? Always allow. Why not? Uploading my post. Good Lord. Tech-wise, everything has been working great today, but man, this is just ridiculous. I go live and now suddenly they're like, nope, everything's gonna shut down on you now. I'm in the same level as the YouTube speaker. Good Lord. Okay, hold on. Now I gotta hear this. Now I've just gotta hear this. Hold on. I'm gonna pause my music here for just a second. I'm gonna pause my music here for just a second. I'm gonna pause my music here for just a second. Okay, mic check 1, mic check 2. Just doing a quick sound check. Mic check 1, mic check 2. I do. I sound like I'm 1,000 miles away. Mic check 2. I do. I sound like I'm 1,000 miles away. What is up with that? And now it's saying, no, you're unstable. And I'm not debating you. I'm not debating you on the point. All right, I'm just gonna pull my pull all the stops out. Let me go back to the music here. All right. And it says that I mean it's pulling audio from the right location. You know, I mean, I can always try that. Microphone check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. How about that's better? Okay. bizarre. This is so bizarre. That is so freaking bizarre. I swear to God, chat. Sometime this is one of those times where I really hate being a streamer. This is when I'm like, you know, do some of the heavy hitters like Kai Sennett and Amaranth, do they have issues like this? No, they have. I'm assuming they have a team that makes sure that their audio is good, their video is solid. There's no problem with interwebs connection. I mean, you know, that kind of thing. I'm just assuming. I'm just making the bold assumption of that. All right. But as I mentioned earlier, yes, the cats are good. As you can see, the cats are good. They not only got, because it's issue 20, because it is issue 20, we have, you know, we not only got treats, but we also got the goop. And I think, yeah, my hand now smells like said goop. So they should be, those should be two very happy cats there. Now, how long that guy stays in his curl, remains to be seen. But go live without knowing for a while. Chances are that's true. Yeah, that's a sincere possibility. So, it is issue 20, and I was gonna have issue 19, but as I said, uploading. That's probably where the problems began. But yes, I am currently uploading issue 19, which is actually a one shot because I didn't have a deep dive. And yeah, I'm all caught up. So I'm feeling like I'm taking a breath and things are good. We are going to be recording this week with none other than Phil Rossi. Going to be sitting down. We're going to be looking at both we're going to be looking at the Octagon Mansion 538, and we're going to be looking at the Belmont Farm Distillery. And just as a reminder, everybody, yes, at Belmont Farm, we're going to record our normal couch commentary and everything, but then we have an Orange Boy. Oh, yes, we do. We did have an Orange Boy very briefly. Yes, we did have a Dorito. But we are going to have, along with our regular couch commentary, Chuck will be joining us. We've got that date set, and it's gonna be great. And then there's what's coming. If not this week, definitely next week. We're gonna start cracking into the grand finale for season 3, which is our footage from the old hospital on College Hill. And if we have to make that a 3-show event, I will make that a 3-show event. It just depends on what we found. And I'm crossing my fingers. I am really crossing my fingers, chat, that what we found in the old hospital rivals what we found at the Octagon Mansion. There's on one of the social posts that I sent out about going live. I posted something, this one frame of something that happened within 7 seconds at the Octagon Mansion. I just discovered it last night. I don't mind telling you all about it, because when you see it, it's amazing. But basically, in 1 7-second moment, the paratech goes off. I'm writing something because I'm doing automatic writing. So I write something that is prevalent to to what the paratech just spits out, and as both of those things happen, that's when we caught the EVP. I mean, it was just bam, 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 and I have never had so much text on my screen at one point, and I'm like, this place was nuts. I knew that the Octagon Mansion was a wild experience, like I told you all, and as you all saw in the footage review. There's a lot of stuff in the Octagon Mansion. There's a lot of stuff to look at, but the overall groove of the place, I had no idea it was that active, and there's a lot of juju in there that's basically trying to get your attention, and so yeah, I think the Octagon Mansion is going to be a fun show, but so is Belmont. I mean, Belmont was just a blast. Having Chuck there was great. We will be sitting down and talking to Chuck, which is again, that's going to be a blast. We will not be streaming that, just so you all know. That's going to be just filmed, and we are going to keep that as simple as possible. What else is going on? I mean, not a whole lot. I have a lot of email that I'm waiting to hear back from people. Hey, see? Oh, that was a good jump, buddy. That was a really good jump. Very proud of you. It was a very good jump. And yeah, I mean, it's just been a you know, kind of a full-on day of just getting stuff done, sending out more email to people, and waiting. There's a lot of waiting right now. I'm waiting to hear from a lot of people concerning a lot of things, and I don't mind saying it's nerve-wracking. It is absolutely nerve-wracking, but I'm getting through it. We got some good. I got some good stories, I think, for tonight. Appropriate for issue 20, and on top of that, we also got some terrific clips to take a look at. And then I'm going to talk about something that I will go on ahead and just do a straight up a 5-minute paranormal about it. Here's the thing. For those of you who were watching my stream last night when I was getting my Cal Kestis on in Jedi Survivor, so I was going to do a paranormal deep dive into this I guess streamer / YouTube content person / what have you, and Beardo had already covered it, and Beardo basically said what I was thinking, you know. It was a struggle just watching the little bits. That the only thing that made it bearable was Beardo's reactions to some of the stuff that this girl was doing, until he finally said, I can't watch it anymore. And I did. I went back and forth, and I thought about it, and I said, you know, maybe giving her more screen time it goes against what I wanted the Grim Gazette to be. I did not want to necessarily make the Grim Gazette into a mudslinging cesspool of me flexing on somebody because I'm a paranormal investigator of whopping 3 years. You know, that kind of thing. I was worried it was going to come across a little I'm not sure what the word is. I didn't want to be the bully. I did not want to be the bully. And you know, it's one thing when you challenge debunkers straight up. When you challenge debunkers straight up to take down your content, and then they easily do so, that's one thing. I'm not that guy. I don't want to be the guy in the bathrobe. There you go. Secondhand, I don't understand what I'm saying about that. I do not want to be the guy in the bathrobe who just got up and made a reaction video to a reaction video. Well, no. He made a reaction video to a video. I don't want to be that guy. And had I gone after this girl, I was worried that I was going to be that guy, right? Here's the truth of it, though, and I'll just sum it up like this. And of course, if you want to see the video that I'm talking about in question, I'll at least do that. I will give Beardo, not that he needs the traffic, but I will gladly give Beardo the traffic. Give me un momentito, and I will do, and I will do just that. Oh, hi, John. John from the Octagon Mansion just popped up on my screen. It's because I've got Paranormal Encounters and their visit many years ago. I'm assuming that was when they bought the place, because whew, it's so barren. I mean, there is nothing in there. The walls are bare. It looks freshly purchased. It looks like they've just got a fresh coat of paint on things. Here we go. And yeah, he has, Beardo put this up yesterday. He put this video up yesterday, and it's already gotten 10,000 views. 10K views. The last time I did anything like that, it was the Doug video, so that should tell you right there. But yeah, 10,000 views within 24 hours. That's pretty damn impressive in my opinion. But this is Beardo giving his 2 cents on this individual and what she's doing. And I will say this: if if the assumption is right, because here's the thing that's really, I don't want to say it's disappointing. This girl that Beardo covered in his own Paranormal Sins video, she is going to some of the choice places for paranormal investigation. I mean, it's literally a checklist of all the places that people are going to. I was kind of surprised. I will say this. I was kind of surprised that she wasn't going to the Washoe Club. We must have missed some Groupon concerning the Washoe Club, because so Paranormal Quest and Adelaide Haunted Horizons went there like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Then Amy's Crypt went there. And then just now, Ghost Club Paranormal just went live with their own video of it. And this week, the two-parter from Project Fear is going to be going live. I think I covered everybody. I mean, it was like, oh, yeah, it just seemed like everybody is going to the Washoe Club out in Virginia City, Nevada. And as you all know, there's the good friend out here, Styles, Haunt Hunters. Haunt Hunters, they want me to fly out there, and they would take me. They want to take me to the Washoe Club. They also want to take me to the Clown Motel. They want to take me They want to take me to the Clown Motel. I have thoughts. I have many thoughts. But go and take a look at the video. Clowns, I know. Clowns. Go ahead and take a look at Beardo's video. What's really heartbreaking is that this girl not only is going to some of the choice locations, and as Beardo points out, these locations are not cheap. None of these places are cheap. It's just her and I think two other bro dudes that she's traveling with. And we didn't even get to the gear. I did not even see what kind of gear they had, but they had decent, not XA11 level, but they had decent cameras. From the looks of the backpacks were like super expensive. And yet, like I said, when you watch the video, you're going to be like, what the hell am I watching? What the hell am I watching? That's literally what you say at one point. Even Pip, who doesn't get into the whole debunking / criticizing of, because everybody has their own approach. This is the thing you gotta know about the paranormal. Everybody has their own approach, right? I'm actually going to be giving a talk about the value of multiple devices and when I mean by multiple devices, I mean like more than one audio recorder, more than one video recorder. I'm going to go into the benefits of that. And it's one thing that I will die on that hill on, in a discussion with Beardo, because Beardo's like, I don't need all that stuff. I'm a terrible Beardo impersonation. I apologize, but he's like, I don't need that stuff. I got a good video camera. I got a good audio camera. I'm fine. I don't know why he sounds like a young Sean Connery, but we'll just roll with it. Anyway, the thing is, Beardo's like, I got a recorder. I don't even need the audio recorder. I have a perfectly good video camera with great pickups on the microphones. Let's go. And I'm like, no, dude, you need to have multiple devices, because even if you have a separate audio recorder from your video recorder, that's going to make a huge difference, especially if you catch something, because then you can corroborate it with another device and go, okay, that's a little harder to dismiss as pareidolia or somebody's foot. In some cases you can actually use multiple devices to debunk yourself and go, oh, that wasn't anything paranormal. That was somebody's foot, scraping against the floor or something like that. So yeah, I do. I think that the value of having multiple recorders and devices, that's why you sometimes see some teams go in and they have like 3 or 4 different devices to record with. And it's all because if you catch something on one recorder, and then you can back that up with another audio recorder that caught it, with a video recorder that caught it. I mean, to me, that's like striking gold, or oil or something like that. It's really worth it. Now, I'm not going to say Beardo is wrong. I'm not going to say Beardo is wrong. That is the way he investigates. He goes in with little gear, and he's got a camera, and he's got his own senses. And that's kind of the way I think Phil would prefer we investigate. I'm too much of a gadget hound to let that go. I admit it. I love my gear. So Phil and I have gone back and forth, not just about that, but also about streaming the streaming the investigations. And I'm trying to meet him halfway on certain things, because now I'm noticing that the groups that I enjoy and the groups that I've been watching, they are now starting to get into live streaming as well. They're getting into streaming content and live streaming their own investigations. And to that I say, okay, it's cool that you want to do that. Just know what you're getting yourself into, because it's not as easy as some people make it look. Because, you know, a lot of times I will pick up stuff when I review it. But what makes it fun, particularly when you're live, is that if you catch something live, oh man, that's just icing on the cake right there. And so far we've had some people catch and also listen and hear with us, like disembodied voices and stuff like that. And I'm still optimistic that one day I am going to catch on stream a shadow figure. So there's, you know, I love it. I love it, but it all comes with its own set of challenges. It really does. Speaking of challenges, yeah, I found out what the group that kind of soured St. Albans has been up to. Again, I'm not going to give them the attention that they desperately crave, but wow, that, oh man, that was tough to stomach. That was really tough to stomach watching their introduction. I think Pip and I made it into the first 5 minutes of it, and I'm like, okay, one, this is not what I expected, and two, I am not here for any of this, because three, this is so forced and so put on and absolutely ridiculous. So no, I'm not even gonna. And I walked away from it, but oof. I think they were trying to sell, and the last I heard, they were trying to sell it to a network, and apparently they didn't. But then they have suddenly decided we're gonna strike out on our own and go to YouTube. Well, yeah, congratulations. You're even later to the party than some other folks. They too must have had a falling out with Zach Baggins, apparently. But Evening Star Man, how are you? Good to see you in chat. Okay, now I got a loaf here. You gonna loaf there? Is that what you're gonna do? Because, you know, you could also loaf all the way back here. You could loaf all the way back here. You can. Cat Manager 101, everybody. It's a thing. So yeah, it's going to be a nice weekend, because I am looking forward to getting some stuff on film and finalizing these next 2 episodes. And I'm also planning to sit down and also record. Well, I have to write some of the scripts though, but I have to write and record some 5-Minute Paranormals, and hopefully field a few more responses to emails. Lies the cat chooses to let you think you managed it. Yes, that's true. That's true. So yeah, I've got some things that I'm still waiting to get responses from and things like that. No one from the state of Virginia has reached out to me yet, but I'm remaining optimistic. I'm remaining very optimistic, and that's what's been getting me through things, has just been staying optimistic. And sometimes that's tough, everyone. A little bit of Twitch Dad, little Twitch Dad love for you. Being optimistic, and particularly in today's climate, it's hard. It's very hard. I watched last night a terrific show, one of my favorite shows to watch. Last Week Tonight. I mean, the main reason I think I enjoy getting my headline news, my in-depth news from comedians, is because it's a bit like getting a routine from the court jester. They will tell you point blank exactly what is on their minds. They will tell you point blank exactly what is going on in the world without a filter. And while there will be obviously some bias in that, I know what I'm getting into. It just feels more honest. And Last Week Tonight is a terrific in-depth look at not just the headlines, but different topics in the news. And one of them that really, this most recent Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, was an in-depth look at Project 2025. Now, what I thought Project 2025 was entirely different. I had no idea how in-depth Project 2025 went. I was taken aback. And when you openly see what is when you see what is Project 2025. When you see that, and I have friends that are still grumpy about the election choices and still grumpy about certain things that President Biden has done during his time in office. And there's some people that say it's not a good enough argument that he is not the other guy. My thoughts on that are, well, then take a look at Project 2025. Because if you don't vote for President Biden, your choices are pretty limited. And if you don't vote at all, we get a repeat of what happened that put the other guy into the office to begin with. I knew a lot of people who sat out that election. And they spent a good amount of time complaining about who was running the country at that time. And I'm like, look in the mirror. Look in the mirror. You got no one to blame but you in that respect. But I will also give credit where credit is due. Because people love to use the term, oh, he never won the popular vote. No, he didn't win the popular vote. But I will give him credit for one thing. And no, I'm purposely trying to stay away from saying his name because I really don't want to. And I haven't been political on my stream for quite some time. So I think after seeing this thing about Project 2025, I just feel like I need to get this off my chest because it is really hard to stay optimistic about life and about the choices you're making in life. Especially when you're in a situation I'm in, because I still haven't stuck the landing. And I'm waiting to hear back from some people, and I have no clue how I did in any of these interviews. I have no clue. I know that I took one of my interviewers by surprise when I mentioned to them one of the requirements for the job, or one of the preferred skill sets in the job included something that she said was strictly her job. And she was stunned. And I had to go back to the person that started this whole interview process, and I had to circle this in the job description and said, you said that you were looking for this, right? Well, I was just told that I'm not going to be doing any of that. So I'd like to know if I'm being misled somewhere. And that could have been the wrong question to ask, but there it is. Anyway, it is real hard to be optimistic, but I feel like I need to get this off my chest. One of the things that people tend to forget, with the earlier election where he won, and you can't deny it. You can't deny it, everybody. Hillary warned us. She knew what she was going up against. She knew what she was going up against. And And I, you know, and I take no, yeah, I hear you. I do hear you secondhand. But I mean, one of the things I will tell you about this is it truly is the lesser of two evils. If you really want to go down that road secondhand, it truly is the lesser of two evils. Because I remember when he won and where I was working at the time, and I had to put together, brace everyone. It was one of the toughest things, but it was also one of the last things I did for this institution that no longer exists. But I had to put up a welcome banner for our website. I had to put up a welcome banner for Betsy Davos. Do you know how hard it was to put together a banner that said Stratford University proudly welcomes Betsy Davos as our new leader in education? That was the hardest piece of artwork I have ever had to assemble. It hurt me. And it was one of the last things I did. Now, at that time, I had already been told that I was being made redundant. I hadn't done anything wrong. My bosses just found a way of doing something cheap. Not my bosses, my boss's bosses, the people above, basically the husband and wife that ran Stratford University said, yeah, we just figured out we just don't need tea. We can hire somebody else to do this. And that deal lasted them like maybe 2 months. Yeah. They did a full revamp. Oh, it was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. I'm kind of going down the rabbit hole. Let me back up. So basically, I remember something that happened that was really odd. Virginia, right? Virginia, which has always been a swing, well, not always. It has become something of a purple state. It's kind of a swing state. And I remember like 2 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks before the election, the headquarters, his headquarters, basically packed up shop and left. They just up and left. And nobody knew why. You know, he was having his rallies, people were showing up, people were cheering for him. He just up and left. And no one could figure out why he up and left. Then comes election night, and there were states that people didn't count on that were going his way, and he won via the Electoral College. And a broken watch can be right twice. He probably told some people, I want to win. So the people that were running the campaign, because you know for a fact, he wasn't touching his campaign. He was probably being told by people, all right, you need to go here, you need to go here, you need to go here. And he did. And what happened? Well, he got states and he got electoral votes that people weren't counting on. And it was a very good strategic win. Because he didn't say, I want to win the popular vote. He said, I want to win. And they focused on states where he had a better chance of winning. And they were like, if he captures all of these states, there's no way they can beat, you know, because they basically just canceled out, these are the states we know he is not going to win. And they just focused on the states that they could get the electoral votes because they needed these many. It didn't matter which state, they just needed the electoral votes. And I will give him credit. The people he hired came up with a brilliant strategy. Let's have him win, but let's focus on the electoral, not the popular vote. And that's the part that scares me. That's the part that scares me the most. And the thing about Project 2025, that's got to motivate people. And I'm not just saying people that are in the bigger cities, that are the marginalized groups, whether you're LGBTQIA or whether you are POC or something along those lines. In my humble streamer's opinion, and this is coming from the heterosexual Christian white guy, that kind of approach scares me, because I'm not falling in line with a lot of the people on that side of the on that side of the pendulum. I can't do that. I can't do that. It's wrong, and it goes against my Christian upbringing. So there's that too, and Project 2025, that's got to motivate people to get up, even the ones deep in the closet in the flyover states, and they got to vote. They have to vote. And yeah, I know. Has Joe been perfect? No, Joe hasn't been perfect. But I can tell you what's not going to happen if a second term happens for him. I can tell you right now, these student loan forgiveness, that's going to come to a screeching halt. That's going to fall into it. That's going to really come to a screeching halt. It's scary. It's scary what'll happen. I know that the Ukrainian government is really watching very close to this election. I can tell you that right now. And something else I find interesting about this too is that oh, look at this. Coming to lighten things up a little bit. Ayana with a raid. Bless you. This could be the mental shift we need, because man, I did not mean to go down this rabbit hole, and yet here we are. I am doing much better now that you're here, Ayano. Let me go on ahead and give you that proper inappropriate Twitch Dad welcome. Here we go. Hold on a second. Hello, Ayano. It's so good to have you in my stream. It's me, your old pal Twitch Dad. I'm in something of an ennui sort of mood, so the black and white kind of work with it. Yeah, I'm talking about politics. We're going to change that up a little bit and get weird with the news headlines and everything, so you know what to do. After a long day in Destiny, you prop those feet up, you drop them pants, and you get comfortable, because you've earned it, my darling. And that's coming from me, your best new pal on the internet, your old pal Twitch Dad. There you go, Ayano. How are you, my darling? It's so good to see you in stream. My name is T. You can call me T Monster or Twitch Dad. Tonight we are doing our weekly weird hit. We're going to be doing some weird news. We're going to be debunking some paranormal clips, and we are going to be looking into a topic that is currently happening in the paranormal circles. And my name is T. I am also representative of Old Spirits Investigations, or OSI. If you want to find out more about OSI, you can find out more about that here. There you are. And Ayano, you were asking about my weekend. So this weekend is a filming weekend. So it turns out this weekend is a no fly for me. The weekend next should work out. The next weekend should work out. But I will tell you this: I am currently in it to win it with Steve Saylor. We are pushing through the final shape, and it has been absolutely astounding. I've been having such a great time with the final shape. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. I would love to hear. I'd love to hear what you think of it. How you think everything's been flowing. Oh, and more importantly, have you completed the raid? Because chat, I have heard that this raid is particularly hard. It is particularly difficult. And I've been watching Ayano work through it. The campaign has been very challenging, and I'm kind of crossing my fingers that we haven't reached that like stopping point where Steve and I can't get any further. But what a great campaign! What a great, oh my God, what a fantastic Daft just said it's brutal, but when you finally get it grasped, man, it has been. We can set a raid together at some point. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I would love to do that. I would love to get a crack at the raid with you, and I wouldn't say no at all to getting some time in. Just I wouldn't even stream it. I just want to get in and just run it with you so that I could really learn the raid, because I mean, not since Deep Stone Crypt have I had a chance to really understand how a raid works. Crota's End, I feel like I got, and Deep Stone Crypt I got, and Vault of Glass. But, Root of Nightmares and Vow of the Disciple, nope. But yeah, we'll find some time. We are going to find some time. So basically, in a nutshell, everyone, vote. Please, for the love of God, vote. I'm just gonna, and I'm gonna end my very dark, my dark, depressing, and somewhat terrifying barrel spin. To just, please, for the love of God, vote. Even if you know that you're in a place where it's going to be overwhelmingly for that guy, just go on ahead and just get out and vote. Just vote, because the other side is counting on you not voting. That's the thing. No, Ayano, I'm glad. I was getting a little depressed. I needed to be lightened up. I needed to have a smile. I needed to have a laugh. And yes, exactly. Secondhand. Yes, you're very red state, but no, I needed that. I needed a complete gear shift and a complete derailing, because, man, where this is coming from, if you're curious, is that I've been going through a real bumpy time. The job hunt is getting tiresome, and it's even harder because I know what I'm going up against. I am personally working against the fact of that I finally have the experience that apparently everybody wants, but my age is something no one would come out and say it because it's against the law. But yeah, the fact that I am 55, that apparently throws people. Now, granted, I don't think like I act 55, and I think I look pretty good for 55, apart from maybe some snow on the chin. And I know. It's mainly because I don't act my age, and I also try to take care of myself. And I also am not afraid of new things. I'm not afraid of reinvention. I'm not afraid of trying something different. I know that secondhand, but it's more about. I think it's more about, well, we'll only have this guy for a limited time. And I'm like, yeah, but then if you hire somebody in their 30s, you're going to have them, if you're lucky, for maybe 3 or 4 years. And if that guy is not moving up in the ladder, he's out. And it's something, isn't it? But I don't act 55, and I take a lot of pride in that. I mean, people think, oh, he's a dad. Yeah, he must have a daughter, like a little wee little. No. They are in college. And I worry sometimes that Sam does not want to introduce me to their friends, because they're like, yeah, that's my dad. He needs to grow up. He needs to act his age. But no, I mean, I do. I take a lot of pride. I mean, I rang in my 55th birthday at a haunted house. Come on, man. I do. I take a lot of pride in not acting my age. But and when people ask me, well, how do you keep going? I keep going because I got cats. I got a beautiful wife. I've got a lifestyle that I want to continue, and yeah, I have to just remember that I've been through worse. 1 star would not recommend. I was job hunting during the pandemic. That was zero fun. I mean, that was zero fun. And it was but the reason I kind of stayed tight-lipped about that was because there were some people going through a lot worse in 2020. So I had to soldier on, and sometimes I had to soldier on in silence. But I now feel like the best thing that I can do is stay positive and stay optimistic, almost defiantly, if you will, because I can get to the other side of this. I know I can. I can get to the other side of this, and it's been a hard road. It's been a long road. And then when I found out about some of the things that I found out, some of the details of that whole Project 2025, I had to kind of take. I remember thinking to myself, okay, you know what? I can voice my opinion, let people know how I feel, let people know what I think. But then I got to take my hands off the wheel and just have faith. Even knowing what we've all learned during the pandemic, I just got to have faith that this is going to be okay, that this is going to work out. And I do. I defiantly do, if you will. Okay. So Ayano, thank you again for. Hey, buddy. No, that was a towelette. That is not a treat. It's a towelette so that I can see. I want to be able to see the screen. All right. But it is now. I do, and I do believe that. And hey, No Brainer, good to have you in stream. And with that being said, everybody, Ayano, thank you again for lightening the mood, because now it is time. It is time, everyone. It is Tuesday. It is 7:00. You know what that means. It is time to get weird. It is issue 20. I have done 20 of these things, everybody. 20. Issue 20 of the Grim Gazette. And I am your host, T. Morris. I represent Old Spirits Investigations. We are a young and scrappy, and gosh darn it, we are just one of the most cuddly paranormal groups that you will encounter out there. It is myself and Phil Rossi. It is also our families and its friends that we take out onto paranormal investigations. And the Grim Gazette is your weekly dose of weird. We have weird news on here. We have paranormal deep dives into topics concerning the paranormal and people involved in the paranormal. And of course, we also do the occasional debunks, or some people will send me clips and they will try to challenge me to see if it was fake or if it was real. And yes, of course, you can't see him, but he's here. We also have cats.
He's got cats on stream? God, what can't Team Monster do? I'm not even being facetious. It's like a really good stream.
I do my best. Anyway, so yeah, we are going to be jumping deep into the weird, and I found today the perfect story to kick it off. For anyone that's new to the Grim Gazette, this should give you an idea of some of the stuff that we talk about here Tuesday nights at this time. Here's our lead story. Will Smith reveals scary reason for early checkout from a London hotel.
Who's this nut tugger?
Yes, the actor said he had an encounter with an apparition at a hotel, which led to his sudden exit. Here we go. Will Smith recently claimed he once had a spooky encounter with a ghost at a London hotel. In an appearance on The Tonight Show Tuesday, and this was Tuesday, right? The actor described what led up to an emergency checkout while playing a game of True Confessions with his Bad Boys Ride or Die co-star Martin Lawrence and host Jimmy Fallon. This was probably 27 years ago, Smith recalled. The ghost urinated in my friend's toilet and cleared all of his messages from his phone.
Hard no.
At least he was polite about it, At least he's polite about it. Smith then revealed that his encounter with the apparition occurred at the Lanesborough, a 5-star hotel near London's Hyde Park that had welcomed guests like Cher, Mariah Carey, Sly Stallone, and former President George H.W. Bush. We didn't hear it talk, so we assumed it was British. but it was scary enough for us to check out of the hotel, Smith said. Do you believe in ghosts? Fallon asked. And this is why I really dig, slap happy Will Smith, because he says, quote, I believe there are things that you don't understand, Jimmy. And then, of course, Bad Boys Ride or Die earned $21.6 million on its opening day on Friday. Fourth film in the Bad Boys franchise. It's projected to gross to $75 million at a global box office over the weekend. So there you go. There you go. Pretty freaking cool. I had no idea that Will Smith had actually seen. When did this happen? So it happened, he said, 27 years ago. And I'm trying to remember 27 years ago. He was probably promoting Independence Day. That's a possibility. But yeah. That's a great story though. And I do. I respect what he has to say when he said, I believe there are things that you don't understand, Jimmy. And you know what? That is a great way to describe it. That is a great way to describe it. I can't prove to you, everybody. I'm just going to come out and be honest. I cannot prove to you in the 3 years that I've been doing this that ghosts exist. Can I tell you that some really weird stuff has happened to me? Yes. And so I was not alive. Well, there you go, no brainer. You see, it's called history in your mind. Okay, so how do you follow up that story? Well, I'm glad you asked. Joey Chestnut, 16-time hot dog eating champion, banned from an event for signing deal with a vegan company. Holding the world record for the most hot dogs eaten in 10 minutes, Joey Chestnut has won the Nathan's Famous 4th of July contest 16 times. But he will have to miss out on this year's event over a row about him signing a brand deal with Impossible Foods. And there it is. That's both the thrill and the agony of victory and possibly defeat afterwards. A 16-time hot dog eating champion said he has been banned from a New York contest after signing a deal with a vegan food company. Joey Jaws Chestnut, 40. Yeah, he looks 40. Is the reigning champion of the Nathan's Famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest, having won all but one of the competitions every year since 2007. In the 2021 contest, he ate 76 hot dogs and buns in just 10 minutes, one of 55 competitive eating world records he holds. Last year, he fell short of his own record, but still put away an impressive 63 sausages. He blamed his performance on stormy weather. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about this in a minute, this image right here. But after signing an endorsement deal with Impossible Foods, a plant-based meat company, Chestnut will miss out on the annual New York event. It's because Nathan's Famous prohibits eaters from endorsing competitor hot dog brands. The contest's governing body, Major League Eating, MLE, said. It added in a statement, "We are devastated to learn that Joey Chestnut has chosen to represent a rival brand that sells plant-based hot dogs rather than competing in the 2024 Nathan's Famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest." MLE and Nathan's went to great lengths in recent months to accommodate Joey and his management team, agreeing to the appearance fee and allowing Joey to compete in a rival unbranded hot dog eating contest on Labor Day. For nearly 2 decades, we have worked under the same basic hot dog exclusivity provisions. However, it seems that Joey and his managers have prioritized a new partnership with a different hot dog brand over our long-term relationship. Chestnut has disputed the claims and said that while he was gutted, geez, to miss out, he was not responsible for skipping this year's event. I do not have a contract with MLE or Nathan's, and they are looking to change the rules from past years as it relates to other partners I can work with, he said on social media. MLE's event organizer, George Shea, said the dispute came down to exclusivity and explained it would be like Michael Jordan saying to Nike, I'm going to represent Adidas too. Impossible Foods said it supports Chestnut in any contest he chooses, adding that meat eaters should have to be exclusive to just one wiener. Just well played. And New York Mayor Eric Adams waded in to tell MLE to stop being such weenies on social media, calling for them to allow Chestnut to take part in the contest on 4th of July. Oh my God. Okay. So I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying secondhand, but I want to quickly show you this still image, this picture right here. You'll notice that these three guys, right, the guys that are putting away the hot dogs, they're not what you expect. And here's the funny thing about eating contests. I have done one in my past, and let me go ahead and tell you the story. Let me just tell you the story real quick. So yeah, I was at a place called Studebaker's, and this is in Maryland, and I want to say this was maybe 30 some odd years ago. Yeah, 30 some odd years ago. I was there with my then girlfriend, and we were dancing the night away, just having a good time. And then they made an announcement that they were going to be doing a special competition, and that's all I knew what it was. It was a special competition to get some free tickets to Jimmy Buffett. And I remember I didn't want to, do something to deter the night, but I looked at my then girlfriend and she said, I know you want to do this. Go for it. Go for it. Now, we didn't know what the competition was. Absolutely no idea. So I get up on stage and they hand me a big oversized, like XXL t-shirt. I throw it over my clothes and then I look and I'm the smallest guy on the stage. I mean, everybody else is like in the 200s, and I'm probably weighing soaking wet 150, but these guys are 200, 250. They are massive guys. I mean, not even big man's club. I'm talking like a couple of them were pretty stocky. And they said, welcome to the Jimmy Buffett Cheeseburger in Paradise competition. And I went, oh God, I just entered an eating competition. And they put in front of me a giant plate. Now, I can say this much. Not that many hamburgers were on my plate. Okay? Not that many. But I was the smallest guy. I was the smallest guy on the stage. I want to say there was at least 10 burgers. 10 like those really super thin, hey Cobalt, those super thin cheeseburgers you would see from McDonald's. It was those things, and I do not like those hamburgers or even and those cheeseburgers I like even less because, I mean, it's great drunk food because you don't care, but man, I looked at this and I'm like, oh God, I feel so much regret. I was like, this is gonna suck. This is gonna suck. And so I'm staring at the burgers and I'm thinking to myself, it's for free tickets to Buffett. I'm gonna give it a shot. I don't have a chance, but I'm gonna give it a shot. So they start playing Cheeseburger in Paradise and they say go, and we start putting them down. And I'm just chewing. And the thing is, I can't even remember if I'd had dinner or not. But I was just eating, going, it's for a Buffett ticket. It's for a Buffett ticket. And they're playing Buffett and they're playing Cheeseburger in Paradise. They played that a couple times. Then they switched over to Fins. And I am, the normal burgers at McDonald's, but they were cheeseburgers because it was Cheeseburger in Paradise. So it was those little thin, and I'm just hammering these things down. I'm not looking at anybody over here. Oh yeah, and we had Corona to chase it down with. And back then I thought that was good beer. So I'm drinking Corona and I'm just shoveling it down. And I remember as I'm eating, I'm thinking to myself, it's like being back in high school. Think like high school, because in high school, they didn't give you a lot of time to eat, right? I don't even think that's changed too much. Flavored water and McDonald's, exactly. Poorly flavored water and McDonald's. That's so the COVID beer, yeah. So I'm slamming down Corona, hammering down these, and I'm just telling myself I'm back in high school, and I want to hang out with my friends, because that's what you did. You'd inhale your lunch, and then you would then hang out with your friends, right? That's what you did in high school. And in college, it didn't get a lot better, because I would have to break down my trombone, and then I had to go from the practice field for the Marching Royal Dukes, go all the way over campus to the other side of campus where the rehearsal rooms were, so that I could rehearse whatever play I was in, because I was a theater major. So I would literally break down it, get the case going, go straight to Dukes, which was like a fast food kind of place, put a bag together, go, get to the rehearsal. I'd have roughly 15 minutes to eat my dinner. I'd woof it down, and then we'd jump in, right? Excuse me, this is not my high school experience. What? Friends? What's that? College had a 10-minute lunch break and a 2-minute run to get to the exactly, Beholder. So I'm just like, I'm back in that, and then I'm down to 2 burgers. I get the 1 burger in, and I hold up the burger and I put the plate down just to clear off my lap. And I hear the guy, and we have our leader. And I looked at him like, what? And then I look over at the other guys. Remember, I'm the smallest dude there. Everyone else is between 200 and 250. And the guy next to me that looked like the kind of guy that could easily win a contest like this, he still had like 5 burgers left. And I looked, and all the other dudes had even more burgers. I was the only one, and I had 1 burger in my hand. I started chewing, baby. I could see in my I happened to glance over now because I was down to the, and as I'm putting the final burger in my mouth, this one guy is staring at me. He's taking 3 burgers, squishing them down, and then trying to get them into his mouth. And I am chewing. My then girlfriend is going, come on, T, you got this, you got this, you got this. She didn't even like Jimmy Buffett, and she was cheering me on. And I'm swigging back on that god awful Corona, which had gone warm by this time. I kick it back, and then I feel the burger go down my gullet, and then I open my mouth, and I had won by at least. But the closest anybody was to me, one guy had 3 burgers left on his plate, and the guy comes up to me and goes, "Sir, you just won a pair of Buffett tickets. How do you feel?" He puts the microphone in front of me, and he was really hoping I was going to do what I did, but I just opened my mouth and I went, "Brum," and I let out a belch that I could not duplicate even if I tried. So I have a lot of respect. I got to do a contest like that at some point in my life. No brainer, it's an experience. It's an experience. And then I danced the night away. My metabolism could handle it back then. Could it handle it now? Probably not. Oh, but man, that was. But then I learned that apparently a lot of the people that do these competitions, they all look like this. Oh, you got to go now, Aquarius? Okay, look, thank you for being here. Stay strong. We love you here. Twitch Dad loves you. And remember, stay positive. Stay positive. Also, I think I've learned to appreciate food more. I've learned to appreciate food more. But the funny thing is that that's the truth of it. A lot of these people that have world records and they win these competitions, they're all wee. They're all tiny people. I think one of the record holders is a woman from, it's either China or Japan or Taiwan, somewhere in that region. She's half the size of this guy from Nathan. This guy Jaws Chestnut. She's half his size, and she's packing it down even harder. So, as you do. Okay. Thank you for that trip down memory lane, everyone. Let's get back to the weird news with a follow-up of sorts to the guy that discovered the lost Clara Bow film. How about this? $3.99 thrift store find turns out to be a 2,000-year-old Mayan vase. Hey, how about that?
No? Oh.
Oh, thought it was. Oh, here we go.
Guardian down.
There you go. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, a vase purchased for $3.99 at a Maryland thrift store turned out to be a nearly 2,000-year-old Mayan artifact. No brainer. Get your mind out of the gutter. Anna Lee Dozer of Washington said she was shopping at a 2A thrift store in Clinton when her attention was grabbed by an unusual vase. And there it is. There's the unusual vase. It looked oldish. I thought maybe 20, 30 years old and some kind of tourist reproduction thing, so I brought it home. Dozier said she was visiting Mexico on a work trip earlier when she noticed some items on display at the Museum of Anthropology bore a startling resemblance to the vase she purchased for $3.99. She spoke with a museum official who recommended she contact the Mexican embassy when she returned home. Dozier shared photos and the dimensions of the vase with the embassy, and the item was identified as a Mayan artifact dating from AD 200 to 800. Dozier and her family returned the vase to the Mexican ambassador, Esteban Moctezuma Barragan, in a ceremony held at the Cultural Institute of Mexico. I am thrilled to have played a part in its repatriation story. That's definitely a $5 word there. I would like it to go back to its rightful place and to where it belongs, she said. But I also want it out of my home because I have 3 little boys and I've been petrified. Well, it's gone now, but I was petrified that after 2,000 years, I would be the one to wreck it. Oh, bless this lady. Bless this lady. Officials said the vase will eventually have a new home at a Mexican museum. Another thrift store vase case purchased for $3.99 from a Goodwill store in Virginia was auctioned last year for over $107,000 when it was found to be designed by Carlos Scarpa for famed Italian company Benini in 1942. Well, that's cool. That's cool. That's a great story. That's a great story right there. Not necessarily weird, but fun. But now we get to the weird, everybody. Now we get to the weird. Gleaming monolith pops up in Nevada desert, the latest in a series of quickly vanishing structures. Well, okay. Again, yes, it did happen before. Las Vegas, strange monolith looks like it could have come from another world. Jutting out of the rocks in a remote mountain range near Las Vegas, the glimmering rectangle's prism reflective surface imitates the vast desert landscape surrounding the mountain peak where it had been erected. But where did this object come from? And is it still there? That's a mystery. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, not the FBI, not NASA, but U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, said it was trying to solve after learning about it Monday through a social media post. Las Vegas police said on the social platform X, but as we know it, Twitter, that members of its search and rescue unit found the otherworldly object over the weekend near Gaz Peak, part of the vast Desert National Wildlife Refuge, where bighorn sheep and desert tortoises can be found roaming at 6,937 feet or 2,114 meters. It is among the highest peaks of Las Vegas. We see a lot of weird things when people go hiking, like not being prepared for the weather, not bringing enough water. The police department wrote, but check this out. Yeah, so there it is. There it is. Random monolith. So, I did a little digging, everybody. I did a little digging, and I came across when this has happened before. I actually found a clip. I found a clip of when this happened once before. So I thought I'd share this with everybody here. And this story's got legs. So let's take a look at the clip from when this last happened. Again, this is totally legit. Totally legit news clip. Completely legit. Remember, you can say you saw it here. You saw it here first on the Grim Gazette. Legit reactions to the first time this monolith had shown up. First time. You know what's amazing about this, though? I mean, obviously these are actors, right? But this is a 55-year-old movie. And the effects of these apes, the makeup on these apes, pretty freaking good. Now, granted, this is also around the time they were doing the Planet of the Apes film. So, actually, Planet of the Apes came out before or after this. I can't remember. But pretty freaking good prosthetics. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually overdue. I haven't watched this movie in a long time. There you go. There you go, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that. Legit look at the monolith. Okay. Oh my God. Sometimes I amuse myself. Okay. Now this last story is not necessarily a weird story, but damn it, it made my heart full. So here you go, everybody. Daniel Radcliffe wins first Tony for Merrily We Roll Along. Quote, one of the best experiences of my life. And I'll explain why. I am sharing this as part of the weird news segment on the Grim Gazette in just a second. You're a Tony winner, Daniel Radcliffe. The actor took home the Tony Award for Best Performance by an Actor in a Featured Role in a Musical for Merrily We Roll Along. Radcliffe portrays lyricist and playwright Charlie Kringus in the revival of a Stephen Sondheim and George Firth's 1981 musical. The original production only lasted 12 days before shutting down. I'm just going to talk fast and try not to cry, Radcliffe began his acceptance speech. This has been one of the best experiences of my life. It's been unbelievable. It is an honor to be on stage with you all every single night, he added of his co-stars Jonathan Groff, as in King of England from Hamilton, and the FBI agent, lead FBI agent in Mindhunter. So, his co-stars Jonathan Groff and Lindsay Mendez, and the entire cast of the musical. He then took a moment to thank his parents, who were in the audience. Happy Father's Day, Dad, he said towards the end of his speech. Thank you for playing Sondheim in the car and just loving me. In his speech, the actor also thanked the Broadway League of American Theater Wing, which present the Tonys, director Maria Friedman, Sondheim and Firth for writing the original musical, everyone at the Hudson Theater who made the show come to life, his agent, dresser, and singing teacher, among others. Since ending his decade-long run as Harry Potter, Radcliffe had found a new kind of success, having received his first Emmy nom in 2023 for his portrayal of Weird Al Yankovic in Weird, the Al Yankovic Story, and now his first Tony win. It's amazing, the actor said backstage after his win. When I finished Potter, I had no idea what my career was going to be. I'd already started doing some stage stuff, but I didn't know what the future held at all. So to have the last year of playing Weird Al and also doing Merrily We Roll Along, I do think there was some playing one character for a long time builds up in you a desire to do as many things as you possibly can. So yeah, I'm doing that right now. Radcliffe was up against Back to the Future, the musical, Roger Bart, The Outsiders, Joshua Boone, and Sky Lakota Lynch, Hell's Kitchen, Brandon Victor Dixon, and Cabaret at the Kit Club's Stephen Skybell. Merrily We Roll Along marked the actor's fifth Broadway production and his first Tony nod. Merrily also took home Best Revival of a Musical, Best Lead Actor in a Musical for Jonathan Groff, and Best Orchestrations for Jonathan Tunick. The Lost City star made his Broadway debut in 2008 with Equus. I didn't know how the world was going to see me after those films were done, he told The Hollywood Reporter during the 2024 Tony Nominees Roundtable. Between Equus and How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying, his second Broadway show, this place was giving me a chance to be something else and to find out who I was as an actor. Merrily Roll Along tells the story of three lifelong friends, played by Radcliffe, Groff, and Mendez. Musical begins in present day when the three friends have grown apart and works its way backwards until the beginning of their friendship nearly 2 decades earlier, and navigates success, show business, and unbreakable bonds. Tony Awards 2024, taking place at the David A. Koch Theater at Lincoln Center, New York, are airing 2 parts Sunday night. Act 1, aka the pre-show, is hosted by Julianne Howe and Utkarsh Ambudkar, and featured presentation of the first round of awards. Main ceremony hosted by Ariana DuBois, aired immediately on after CBS and Paramount. Okay. So here's why I'm covering this. First off, I got mad love and mad respect for Daniel Radcliffe. I honestly do. I think what I dig the most about Radcliffe was I saw an interview that he was in, and it was shortly after he had wrapped up Harry Potter. And he said, when we wrapped the 6th film, I thought to myself, holy cow, what can I do to top this? And then he sat back and realized, I can't top this. So this means I can do whatever I want and not worry about hitting the big time because I've already done that. I can now do whatever I want. So then he started doing, there was a movie he did called Horns. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but I highly recommend it. It is awesome. I also have mad respect for Daniel Radcliffe because the one degree between me and Radcliffe is we both played the same role in Equus. We both played Alan Strang. And he's living his best life, basically, as an actor and as an individual. But I was saying to Pip, I said, I know exactly how he felt when he played Alan, because that was one of those pivotal roles that you play as a young actor. Now, granted, he did it on the professional stage. I only did it on the stage at JMU, but it was basically what he did. I did that too. I went, poof. I went for broke, as they would say. I did it in my birthday suit, and it is both terrifying and liberating. I don't mind saying it. So I got mad respect for Radcliffe to do that, because I had to deal with the reputation of just being me in the marching band. And I can't imagine what it was like for Radcliffe being Harry Potter, and then he does Equus. And I mean, the blowback should have been, could have been, let me rephrase that, could have been colossal. But he handled it like a pro. Everyone around him handled it like a pro. And, there was always the joke about, oh yeah, when these kids grow up, they're all going to be effed up. They're all going to be, they're superstars and they haven't even gotten out of middle school, and et cetera, et cetera. Well, the thing is, the people that rallied around Radcliffe and Watson and Grint, for the most part, everyone in that cast turned out pretty freaking solid. And I got nothing but mad respect for. I know that one or two got into some minor tussles, but they also had they were kind of like they were the background characters that got quickly replaced in the final film. But I just have nothing but mad respect for Radcliffe. I do. I know the demands of the role of Alan Strang, and I can't imagine what it was like for him. But I kind of have a lower tier understanding of it, because I remember when I was doing this and I was basically being a goofball, and they cracked a few jokes at my expense. But I thought to myself, well, it's not like they're going to show up, right? The people that march are probably not going to, break their backs to come in and see me bear all, right? And then one night we were getting dressed. We were getting dressed, and someone, the stage manager came up and said, "T, you got some people that want to see you." And that wasn't unusual. Sometimes people would say, "Hey, we'd like to see T and, just congratulate him on a great job." And I was like, okay, cool. I get out there, and it's a line at least 50 people deep, and it was all from people from the marching band. None of them went to the theater. None of them went to live theater, unless a class made them. But they came to see if I would really do it. And one guy even said, "I honestly wanted to see if you had the nerve to do it, but I was not ready for that, T. I was not ready for tonight." And he just walked away. and I remember the internet just going nuts about the photos, and I'm like, yeah, I understand that. I totally get it. But I got, like I said, mad respect for Radcliffe. Mad respect. And the fact that he's got now an Emmy and a Tony, all he needs now is an Oscar, and he becomes the triple. And if anybody's going to pull it off, it's going to be Daniel Radcliffe. I just mad respect, bro. Mad respect. All right, that wraps up the weird news portion of tonight. We are now getting into clips. Now, some of these clips I can do full screen. Some of these clips I cannot. When they are YouTube, apparently I cannot do full screen. It'd be great if I could do full screen, but I cannot. But let's take a look. And usually when I do these clips, I've got to do it this way. I've got to do it this way. It's the best I can do. I'm sorry, everybody, but one day they will come up with full screen for this. Let's see if I can just cheat it just a little bit more. All right, that's as good as it's gonna get. All right, let's see what this clip has in store for us.
Watch this.
For a minute, I thought it was like a dog or something, but
watch this.
But it's apparently a stuffed animal. So what it looks like is some kind of stuffed animal, some kind of it's on a stand, it looks like, too. So the neck goes all the way up and then drops. And I mean, I can't even tell what it is. But here's where you have to start asking questions. I mean, out of context, is it creepy? Yes, it's very creepy. It's very spooky. It's very spooky animal. But is that paranormal? I don't know. Quite honestly, the fact that it's in this little stand, you don't know what's inside this thing. There could be some type of pneumatic system. It could simply just be some sort of pneumatic system where remotely they trigger it to fill this cavity with air, so that when he comes up to it and kicks it, it's limp. I mean, yeah, it's creepy. Is it paranormal? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Just from the way it raises its head and then just goes completely limp, that just kind of screams. That just kind of screams that there's some fakery going on. Some behind the scenes special effects magic, if you will, some DIY at home kind of thing, right? So neat, but not necessarily paranormal. All right, now this is a short from someone that we have talked about, and I thought I recognized the voice, and yes, it is. This is from D's Dark Adventures. Now, before anybody says D's what, D's nuts, I beat you to the joke. So there you go. But I wanted to take a look at this. She's obviously doing a little bit of paranormal investigation, cryptid hunting going on at what looks like some abandoned road or abandoned bridge of some description.
Please.
What the fuck? There's somebody fucking screaming hell for. There's no fucking way. There's no way. Guys, I gotta go. I gotta cut it short. Whack. Dude, I don't know what to do.
Okay. Now, we have done stuff. We have looked at some of D's clips. Damn it, internet! I just all I can think is D's nuts. That's all I can think of when I say it. We have covered some of D's Dark Adventures in the past, and I desperately want to believe that this is interesting. That this is something going on here. The shadow figure. I mean, let me see if we can catch the shadow figure in a bit. All right, so she says to look back here. So she captures what looks like to be something, a solid mass crossing in this clearing. That's pretty impressive. That I gotta say, that is pretty impressive. I don't think there's any fakery here. That's pretty impressive. Now, here's where I'm saying, okay, now I get where she's coming from. It's pretty, one, she is out there by herself. That is ballsy. I don't think it's necessarily smart, but it's ballsy. So good on you. But having been on a few paranormal investigations outdoors, this is one of the things that you take risk with, is that there are going to be some people that are going to, that they can, first off, one, they probably know that people come out there and do this sort of thing. So they're going to have a good laugh. And they're going to start doing stuff like this.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
There's somebody fucking screaming hell for. There's no fucking way. There's no way. Guys, I gotta go. I gotta cut it short.
Now, when she does that, this caption, people get dumped here all the time. That right there, I get a little, I'm a little sus of. And that's where I desperately want to believe that this shadow person, the shadow figure that she caught is legit and it's genuine. But then she drops in the caption, people get dumped here all the time. Then I'm going to ask a very simple question. Why are you there by yourself at night?
It's a trap.
I really think if you know that people are dumped out there all the time, the last thing you want to do is go out there by yourself. I wouldn't do it. I would not go out there by myself. I would have a friend or several with me just to make sure that nothing was hinky, that I was protected, and I'm completely and fully capable of protecting myself. Yes, I'm the first one to say it. But she's also got gear. And throwing in the caption, people get dumped out here all the time. I'm like, all right. At that point, I'm like, okay, all right. You're kind of, you know, adding in that sense of danger when you really don't have to. So that right there, you know, puts me at about DEFCON 2, if you will. DEFCON 2.
Whack.
That's my truck keys in my pocket. Hit the lock. That's fine. Great. And you see, that's my thing. These could just be people having a laugh. These could just be people pranking a place they know that people come here because they're told it's haunted. You know, whenever you do outdoor investigations, and I'm the first one to say it. I know Phil loves his outdoor his outdoor investigations. I am not one for them. I prefer being indoors. And even then, if you're indoors, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be safe. There was a Project Fear where they were working through the tunnels of, I think it was the Indiana State Home, or it was a geriatric facility and an insane asylum somewhere in the Midwest. And they were going through the underground tunnels, and they came across what looked like signs of life, that somebody was basically living there. So, you know, even places that have security cameras, people can get by those. But this is apparently some kind of public park or some type of public access place. So yeah, throwing in the caption, bodies get dumped here all the time. I'm like, come on. Don't throw that in there for kicks and giggles. Really don't. I personally have a tough time with that. Okay. So now we have this. Let's take a look at this.
In this CCTV recording, you can see that someone has spread flour everywhere, almost as if a child were responsible. But how could a child spread it in such a way? Sounds of something falling are audible. Can you hear them too? Listen carefully. Who is walking away, leaving footprints in the flour yet casting no shadow? It's a terrifying scene. If there had been a human present, fear would likely have prevented them from recording it. In this CCTV recording, you can see that someone has spread flour everywhere, almost as if a child were responsible.
I mean, there was a story of the lady living in an area of a store for like 50. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're absolutely right there, secondhand. There's a possibility that people can live in abandoned buildings and not be seen, not be caught, you know, completely under the radar. It's possible. It's just that particular. Just jumping back to this clip for just a moment. And then, man's life was taken, or a skinwalker tried to lure. You know, if you know you're going somewhere dangerous, don't go by yourself. That is just reckless. It's reckless. There's nothing brave. You don't have to prove anything in paranormal investigation. If anything, and that's why we say, take care, stay safe. Safety is paramount. You want to make sure that you are covered, and that if something does go wrong, you've got someone that can pull you out if you need to. Now, as far as this video, though, again, it feels a little loaded when he goes, listen carefully, and then you're I mean, I don't have to listen carefully. I can listen casually and pick up those noises. As far as the footprints.
But how could a child spread it in such a way? Sounds of something falling are...
I don't get that. How could a child spread it in such a way? Well, if there's enough flour, if you have kids, trust me, they'll get stuff in places you can't figure out how they got that in there. So yeah, that's kind of a given.
Audible. Can you hear them too? Listen carefully. Who is walking away, leaving footprints in the flour, yet casting no shadow. It's a...
So here's some other things, though. My cat could do that. Yes, very true. Something else too about these ghost footprints. Yeah, it could, the way that the footprints appear,
casting no shadow.
Unfortunately, because this is YouTube, I cannot slow it down.
Who is walking away, leaving footprints in the flour, yet casting no shadow.
Yeah, you could easily, drop those in. That's not a hard special effect to replicate. And it's the way that they're going in. Yeah. It looks like it's a transition wipe. So, and yeah, I have thoughts.
Listen carefully.
I don't think this is supernatural. I don't think this is paranormal.
Who is walking away, leaving footprints in the flour, yet casting no shadow.
It looks like a transition wipe. It's
a terrifying scene. Who is walking away, leaving footprints in the flour, yet casting no shadow. It's a terrifying.
In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think because it is. I would have to download this video and then play it back at slower speeds. But at first glance, it looks like a transition wipe. It's just a simple transition wipe, and and if you film a static scene like this for a prolonged period of time, and then just drop in, just walk through the flour, and then cut yourself walking through the flour, and then do a transition wipe. Congratulations, you've just created ghost footprints. So I'm not leaning towards anything weird. This is clever but weird. Okay. Clever but not weird. Now we get to this one. And I believe this might have been submitted by secondhand. If it wasn't, it was submitted by my wife. Here we go.
Spirits, if you don't like this toy, can you please knock it over? Oh my God, what just happened? The spirits listened. That is awesome.
Let's watch that one more time.
Spirits, if you don't like
this is from TikTok
toy,
right here.
Can you please knock it over? Oh my God, what just happened? The spirits listened. That is awesome.
Seems legit. Everybody. Just like this one. Here's another good one. If ghosts aren't real,
explain this. If ghosts aren't real, explain this.
Now this one I did send, and I'm just going to come out and say it. That's a legit ghost. That is a legit ghost right there. You're seeing it first time here, everybody. Legit ghost.
Figured it.
Okay. I love that. Haven't Haven't had a cat or doggo. Haven't had a cat or doggo ghost in some time. So yeah, worth it. All right, now this I found interesting. This I found very interesting. So let's take a look at this. Now, if you can't read, what's here, I'll go ahead and read it out. My fiance and I are house hunting. I bought my SB7 spirit box, which we do have. We have one of those here. I brought my SB7 spirit box to the showing of this farmhouse built in 1917 to see if it was haunted. I couldn't believe what I captured. So let's take a look. Excuse me. Now we are going to watch this a second
Sound like it just hit the basement.
I'm just come out and say it's a beautiful house too. It's really nice.
It's like it said, don't go down.
So we're going to watch that again. And one of the things I noticed about it straight off the bat, one of the things I noticed is that this was part of a playlist. Apparently now on TikTok you can do playlists. And there's an option, at least when you're looking at the TikTok app, where you can say, go to the next part. So I think that's pretty clever that they're still sticking with that classic minute or so, hook you in, and then they go into the next part. So we're going to look at all three parts. I actually pulled up this page, and the page is In the Presence of Others. And here's house hunting with my SB7. So let's take a... so that was part one. Can I ask an off-topic question? Go right ahead. Depending on what it is, media, I will answer it to the best of my abilities. But go on ahead and ask away, and then I'll take a look at the. We're going to take a look at this while I wait for the delay to catch up, and you can ask your question. Now that actually is pretty damn good. That's a pretty clear basement. It's not super clear, but I can see where he says basement.
Sound like it just hit the basement.
Those are pretty good hits. Those are pretty decent hits. And I'm impressed. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good.
So like it said, don't.
Now the leave, that's a bit of a stretch, but I'll allow it. You know what I mean? I'll track with it. I'll track with it.
Go down.
Now, I'm going to real quick point out something here. Just this alone, just this exposed wires alone, that is going to kick off some EMF. That's going to kick off some serious EMF. Now, if they're just using a spirit box, shouldn't be an issue. but I don't know what the other two parts hold, so we're going to go ahead and take a look at those. Now, because it's on the playlist, I'm going to see if it goes straight to the next one. It does not. It just loops. Okay. So now we go to part 2. Now, before we go to part 2, media asks me, how do you make yourself do the things you need to do? Now, that's a pretty deep question. I'm assuming that might be something ADHD related, or something to where you feel like you can't stay focused on one topic enough because you feel like you're distracted by a bunch of different things. It's a great question. And the way I do it is I go, all right, what do I want to accomplish today? And that's how I do it. I look at the things that I want to accomplish, not just today, but just in life in general. So I map out what I need to do, and I go, okay, if I want, what's my long-term goal? And if I want to reach those points, I got to get that goal. Here's a good example. Old Spirits, right? I want it to be a success. I would love very much to go full time with Old Spirits. Am I at that point? I'm far from it. But the people that I look up to, they're crushing it. People like Paranormal Quest and Amy's Crypt, those are my 2 heavy hitters right there. And right next to them, I would put Holly Weird Paranormal, and I'd also put my friend Alex Mitsuo. And the way I approach Old Spirits is, what do I need to do to cross the finish line, to make Old Spirits grow, and to really work on the brand recognition and also the success rate of whatever we're doing. And, one example comes to mind is this. Now, if you missed my conversation about this yesterday, and I'm just going to do a quick segue on this. This is a booklet that my wife got from the state of New York. It's a haunted history trail of New York State, right? It's a beautifully put together breakdown of different haunted locations, and they even set it up to where there's a full-on trail that if you wanted to make an entire vacation just going from place to place, you could. And I remember asking my wife, and my wife asking me the same question: why doesn't Virginia have something like this? So I started mapping out a plan. And to get to there, I got to contact this person and this person, see if they're even interested in it, and then take it to the next level, find out how I can get people involved that'll help me make this happen, and then go to the next level and then the next level. And that's how I make myself do the things that I need to do. That's an example. I hope that answers your question, media. Now let's get to part 2 on this. Let's get to part 2. Here we go. Okay, so they actually do a nice little summary at the beginning of this. So, house hunting, brought my SPF 7 box. Spirit led me to the basement. Okay. So now they're down in the basement. Here. That's pretty good.
Thank you for letting me look there.
The devil, I'm not sure about that one, but the soon forget. I'm kind of that's one of the things that happens when you start doing ST sessions and you start getting into open spirit box sessions like this one. Sometimes the words you hear.
Hey, listen, Flo, watch out. Hey, listen, Flo. Hey, listen, watch
Exactly.
out.
Exactly, secondhand. You're absolutely right. You got to listen, right? You got to listen. Sometimes it's relevant to what's happening in the moment. Other times it could just be random words. I want to hear this. I want to hear this devil again. Oh, am I in intermission? Okay, sorry. I was in intermission, which means I'm going to edit that out. There's an edited version of this that appears on YouTube. later on this week. Thank you very much for that secondhand. I thought you were talking about the spirit boxes. But let's go back and let's watch that again. Okay. So again, this is part 2. My fiance are house hunting. Someone brought their SB7 spirit box to the showing of the farmhouse, and they've been led down to the basement, and that's why you have that sound. Thank you. Thank you, secondhand. All right, here we go. So, what you missed. Here we go. So this is part 1. Basement.
Who told me don't go down here?
Now we'll say what I heard, and this is the tricky part about working with a spirit box. It's not until you review it that you can really listen to what it said. I thought I heard, go get him. That's what I heard. Go get him in that moment. Obviously, he went back, reviewed it, and then he slowed it down. All right, Chris, you have a good night. Thanks for popping in. He slowed it down, and it said, go get out.
Thank you for letting me look at. Letting me look at.
Now, the soon forget, that feels very random. That feels very random. So let's see what happens in part 3. Let's see what happens here. And they're using all the best spooky music. They're using that, and then of course this piano. We got a lot of use out of that piano. We're getting a lot of use out of that piano on Old Spirits. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is part 3. This is before the previous 2 videos. The spirits say they want me to go down here too. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Are there any spirits that are here with me?
Sorry, I'm getting chills. And we got 15 more seconds to go. This is the longest minute ever, everybody.
Are there any spirits that would like me to come up into the attic?
It's a beautiful house. It's a beautiful house. Apparently, these people did not put an offer on the house because the repair costs were too much. That's a shame because they could have easily, if they wanted to promote this as a haunted bed and breakfast, they would have made bank. So let's watch that one more time. Again, this was offered up by my wife, and this is actually pretty good. This is pretty good.
Are there any spirits that are here with me?
Also, this is a big place with a lot of rooms. I'm really impressed with this place. Whew. Those wood floors are awesome. Oh, his name is Tim. And these are supposed to be the steps up to the attic. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's back that up. The hi, Tim, feels like a bit of a stretch. I would have liked it if he had slowed that down. But okay.
Are there any spirits that would like me to come up into the attic?
So yeah, so that is an example of doing like a drive-by investigation with an SB7 spirit box. But here's the thing: there are a lot of people that do not buy into spirit boxes, or what is also known as intertransdimensional communication, or ITC devices. And for me, yeah, a spirit box is really cool. An SD session is very cool, especially when you see it. When you see it happening with groups like Amy's Crypt again and Paranormal Quest and others. However, I think it adds a little more credence if you are using it with other devices in the moment. For example, if you've got a spirit box going, you should also have a REM pod going. Along with the spirit box and REM pod, it wouldn't hurt to have another ITC device going, like say Ghost Tube or an Ovulus, just to see if any of the stuff that is coming in, if there's a connection. A perfect example was the image that I sent out with our social channels tonight. There was this one particular moment in the investigation of the Octagon Mansion at 585 where in a 7-second span, we had one device go off that said it's like an obvious device. It's called Paratech, and it randomly generated the sentence, "I can't do this anymore." So it registered that. I was automatic writing. It's also called spirit writing, but it's basically I'm listening to static, and I've got a blindfold on, and I'm just writing down whatever comes to mind. And I wrote down at random the word "done." So I wrote "done." Paratech says at random, "I can't do this anymore." And then we picked up an EVP that said yes. That's all within 7 seconds. And that is a definition of paranormal. It is something that defies normal situations or circumstances, if you will. I'm not saying you have to believe it. I am not even trying to force you into believing what I've experienced. But when you capture that kind of stuff, when you capture those moments, it's really hard to just say, well, that was coincidence. And this type of approach to paranormal investigation, nothing wrong with it. But you do not necessarily want to investigate with just one device. You want to be able to mix it up, and you want to be and you want to try to hopefully find some sort of connection between what your devices are picking up and what you as an individual are perceiving as well. And I like to think that at OSI we do that, and we do that well. Now, on that note, I'm going to go on ahead and wrap up part 1 of the Grim Gazette because I need hydration. So during this break, please get yourself some hydration, especially with the way the heat has been. Take care of yourselves. Make sure you're hydrated, okay? If you're feeling hungry, have a snack, please. Just go on ahead and take care of yourselves. Get a stretch in. Go on ahead and roll them shoulders out because, I don't know about you, but I've been sitting in this chair for just over 2 hours. I desperately need to take a break. And I also need to get the cat his meds. Yeah, I haven't given you your meds today, have I? I need to give him his meds, and I also need to give him some pumpkin because he's a good boy and he needs those extra calories. Okay, everybody, I will be right back. So take care of yourselves on this break, and when we get back, it'll be time for the deep dive. See you in a bit. I'm gonna go look for the invader.
I'm willing to bet probably Steps.
He is Steps because I am at drill and he is not here. Heading over there.
I don't see him.
he is.
Got him.
Woo! Let's go, baby.
Incoming at the coach. Portal's ready. Grab your gun. This is what the Taken feel. Revel in this. One down. That's two. Seconds left. Bury another. Oh, they should have run. Look at them now. They're dead.
I'll take it.
Time for a primeval. Feel that
I'll
way.
take it. I'll take it. I'll take that. That felt really good. That felt really good. Come on, give me some hype in chat. Give me
All right,
all
I've
your
got
hype
super.
emotes in chat.
Let's go,
Do
baby.
It. Do it. Do it, baby.
All right, I've
Hang
got
in there.
super going.
All right, they are right in front of you. Throw it. Hit it, baby.
Yeah,
Hit it.
I got some, baby.
Oh my God, he got him. He got his first
Let's
invader
go,
kill.
Jack.
Here
Can we
to
get
see it.
some hype in chat, baby? I got another one. I got another
There we
one.
go.
Let's go. I'm just,
All right,
I don't
Jack.
care. I'm camping spawn right now. It's a black guy doing this. And I'm back, baby. All right, let's kill this primeval and go home.
Yes.
Woo!
All right, melt the primevals, fire team. Melt the primeval. Let's make this happen.
Let's go. Oh, I'm dead. Let's melt this, baby.
Let's hit this. Let's hit it.
All right,
Hit it,
let's
baby.
go out on a
Hit
win,
with everything
folks.
you got. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yeah,
Let's
we did
go!
it, baby.
Let's go! How many did you take out? How many did you take out?
I don't know. I don't know. I think I
Well,
took
no,
out
no,
like
it'll
maybe
say in your
2 or
stats.
3.
It'll say in your stats.
They'll say my stats. Okay, let's see. Let's see, Chad. Come on.
Let's do this. Oh my God! He was one away from home. Army of one. Let's go!
Yeah! Oh my God, we did it! Woo!
Through a grant from No Kid Hungry, which was a majority of our resources, right? To be able to purchase this truck and get it going. So families have a hard time to get from one place to another place. And I was like, man, why can't we be the ones to get to them, right? And we could lift off that burden, you know, eliminate that barrier and be able to serve our students, our families, in a way that they feel like we actually care for them.
Hi, I'm Steve Saylor, aka Blind Gamer Steve. I'm a content creator and accessibility advocate and consultant in the video game industry.
My name is T Morris. People call me T. They call me T Monster. I also go by Twitch Dad.
When I started looking into wanting to stream, I had known this dude here for about, I think about 10 years at that point. And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, you know what? I know you play Destiny. Would you be cool at kind of helping me and guiding me through the game? I've never played it before.
This is when I gave you a little bit of honesty. I said, are you sure you want me? Because you see me play, so you know how bad my aim is. It'll be the blind leading the blind. And he went, that's what we'll call it.
All right, there's the Traveler. There's the Traveler in front of us. Let's go. Walk forward. Walk forward. I want you to enjoy this.
As someone who has a disability where it affects my vision and it is hard for me to be able to play games in general, having someone take the time and guide me through being able to play a game and not try to rush me through things, that meant the world to me.
Where's that? All right. Oh, there he is.
Yes! Yes! Oh!
In any other game, it's usually people don't want to play with a disabled person, whereas with Destiny, I can jump in with tea, I can jump in with my friends, and even when we just jump in with random blueberries in the community, we can still be able to help each other out, and that's why I love Destiny.
Did you shoot my friend? That was a bad choice.
It's all about being able to reach out and pick someone up and being like, we can do this together. And that is being a hero, is being able to lift everyone else up.
It's not about you, it's about the fire team. That's what makes a good guardian, is when it's about reaching the end goal and reaching it together.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that? What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very, wow, hang on. It's a very rushed, it sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
Yeah, I thought it was something on the floor, but it's not.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Turn around?
It's not quiet on this side of the REM pod.
Oh no, I can. We can all hear it. We can all hear it.
I want to try something.
Okay, so Steve says I'm going to try something. I'll hear it. We can all hear it.
I want to try something.
No one wants to talk to us.
Oh God, I actually saw it move.
I've got some. I'm going to do that right over here. And then I'm going to drop that in and go shadow. Please make my shadows black so it pops a little harder. 100% opacity. 7 on the edge. Actually, let's tighten that up a bit. 5 pixels. There you go. Somebody got their pumpkin. Somebody got their pumpkin, as you can see. Slightly off center, but somebody got their pumpkin. Hold on a minute. Let me just tweak the camera just a wee bit. Benedict has been a very good boy, so he got his pumpkin. And he not only got his pumpkin, but I topped it with some of that goop. Because, you know, that's a thing. How you doing, everybody? For those of you who came in during the break, we just took a quick break from the Grim Gazette. We wanted to go ahead and get some more hydration. We wanted to make sure that the cat got fed. We wanted to make sure that everybody got a break, got a chance to, you know, take a breath, walk around, stretch out a bit, because we're about to do our deep dive. And here's the thing, everybody. I'm going to be doing a YouTube edit of this, right? And it'll be in 2 parts. The first part is the weird news and the paranormal debunks. And then the next clip, the next part, I should say, on YouTube, will be part 2, which will be this, which will be the deep dive segment. So you're going to hear me do the intro. We film it live here, obviously. And you all, because you're on Twitch, you get the exclusive of doing it live on YouTube, because this is not live on Facebook. And as those words leave my lips, I want to double check and make sure of that, because I'm pretty sure I am not live on YouTube. And the truth is, no, I am not live on YouTube. So that is good. That is good. We are not going to be live on YouTube. We only record this live on the Twitches, right? And then if you want to see the edited version, that happens on YouTube. So you're going to hear me do an introduction again. You haven't missed anything. Well, you did miss the first part, but you're about to get the second part. And the second part will get the little, and then we go into it, right? Okay, so here we go. And thank you, everybody, for being here. I certainly do appreciate it. All right. In 3, 2, and welcome to the second half of the Grim Gazette. I am your host, T. Morris. You can call me T Monster, or Twitch Dad. I am also a representative of OSI, or Old Spirits Investigations. You can find out more about us at that URL that I just dropped into chat, because this is happening live on Twitch. Every Tuesday night, we come here with your weekly dose of weird, and now we come in with our deep dive into what's happening in the paranormal. Now, this is a thing that I've been noticing, and I've been kind of toying around the idea of doing it as possibly, hey, how you doing there, buddy? Doing it possibly as a 5-minute paranormal, which means it'll be a little more polished than doing it live. But of course, I'll be taking your questions live on stream about what I wanted to talk about this week, which is about burnout. So one of the things that I take a lot of pride in is that in the paranormal community, there are a lot of people that are sharing their experiences on different platforms, but particularly YouTube. YouTube is becoming, or has become, I think, almost like a last stand, if you will, for people that want to depict paranormal investigation as the form of entertainment, as opposed to trying to build a narrative, or a false narrative even in some cases, around something in the paranormal, and then present that as paranormal investigation. You've heard me talk about it on other offerings here on Old Spirits over on YouTube. I have talked about, and even Phil and I have talked about, the dangers of false narratives. We've talked about the difference, the line between paranormal investigation and paranormal entertainment. And one of the things that I have said before about paranormal investigation on YouTube is that it can be entertaining. Paranormal investigation can be entertaining. It does not necessarily have to be, dude, ghost, dude, demon. You know, it doesn't have to be that. So then you get a lot of groups that come on and they start sharing their content. And one of the things that I feel like I have done as a paranormal investigator is I have learned a lot by watching other people host their paranormal investigations. I learned by watching others. And everybody has their own way of bringing paranormal investigations into a live platform like Twitch or like YouTube or like Kick or any of the places where paranormal investigators congregate. But something else I've noticed too is that a lot of these groups, they will come out of the box swinging with a lot of really cool investigations, and then they'll just taper off. And it reminds me a lot of podcasting, and it's one of the reasons why Chuck Tomasi and myself no longer we no longer go out of our way to endorse a wide variety of different podcasts, because every 3 years when we go back to touch up and create a brand new edition of Podcasting for Dummies, if you were to ask me what is the biggest change, what is the biggest hassle, what is the biggest thing you have to update, it's who's still podcasting. and that's within a 3-year window. And one of the things that Pip and I have started to notice is that a lot of people come out of the box swinging, putting up really impressive investigations, and then they just go silent. They go silent for months on end. And I'm seeing someone that I consider a new friend in the paranormal. I see him struggling with this, and I get where he's coming from. I get where he's coming from, but at the same time, I'm like, you need to work through this a little more efficiently. Okay. I have to take a break. Unfortunately, I thought I was good after my main break, but turns out I need to do a quick visit to the little paranormal investigators room. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. I'm not even putting on the reel. I'm just gonna jump on over. I'll try to put Benedict back in his tree, and maybe he'll provide some silent entertainment. But I no promises. I'll be right back. Look at that. Look at that. I walk away, and you not only had Benedict holding court, but then you got joined by a Hudson. So there you go. All right. So I'm gonna cue myself back in, and then we'll pick that up. Okay. So you might be asking, well, like who, T? And that's the thing. I don't want to necessarily name drop because, like I said, it's an ongoing trend. And I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. But still, one of the things that I have noticed about paranormal groups on YouTube specifically, because that's where I spend a lot of my time watching paranormal groups, which is on YouTube. One of the things that I feel like I've noticed is I have noticed that they will do investigations. They will do investigations, and then 2 weeks later, roughly 2 or 3 weeks later, you'll see where they were investigating pop up in the YouTube feed. And I have nothing but respect for that. I have nothing but respect for that sort of schedule, because if you're doing this full time, that is easy to maintain. That is a pretty decent schedule to maintain. You go on ahead, you investigate a place, 2 or 3 weeks later, bam, that place shows up in your feed. But I think, in particular, with a lot of these groups that are doing, they're doing weekly investigations. Now, you notice at Old Spirits, we don't do that. And that is by design. Because, well, right now, we can't do it full time. We cannot afford to do Old Spirits full time. This is not me with hat in hand going, so please support, give us a, join the membership over at YouTube. That's not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that Phil has a career and he has a job. I am working on getting a career and getting my job back on track. I'm working on that. But doing this full time, doing any kind of content creation full time, that is an absolute challenge, because you need to make sure that you're taking care of health, you're taking care of, bills, you're taking care of anything you need to do to get stuff done. And I was thinking about this based on the person that I originally was going to do a deep dive about, but then I chose not to. She is obviously being financed by somebody, and good on them, because they're going to a lot of high test places and they've got a lot of top end gear that they're working with. But again, that is not the norm. And in particular, with this one friend of mine who is kitted out with a lot of different gadgets, a lot of different things that you can employ into the field to work a paranormal investigation with. He has been struggling to try to get back into a regular, hey, I'm going to be dropping something every week. He is also traveling on his own. Now, traveling on your own, that's got some perks as well, but it is still expensive renting out some of these places, especially when you're doing it by yourself. Now, he's trying to, team up with other investigators, and I'm trying to have him collaborate with us, because I love work. I would love to work with this guy. Thunderstorm rolling in, you might lose connection. Okay, secondhand, thank you for the heads up. But when it comes to this, but he is not unique in this. I've seen a lot of people just come out of the box with investigation after investigation. They're trying to do it on a weekly basis. And then they will go 2 or 3 months without any kind of content. And then they'll start up again. Then another gap, sometimes even longer, 3 or 4 months. And then I've just seen some people saying, yeah, you know what? I think I'm done doing this. I think I'm done. I just can't keep up. Now, where I'm coming from with this, and I've only been on YouTube in this particular capacity with OSI. We've only been doing this for 3 years. I tried during 2020 to do weekly content on YouTube, and it's a lot tougher than people think it is. Especially if you're doing the reason why I really believe this too. The reason why reaction videos are so commonplace. And when I say reaction videos, I am even putting myself in that category. The reaction video that I did with Doug, that is what I would call low-hanging fruit. I'm basically reacting to a video, and then I'm taking my reaction, I'm putting it out there. Now, there are some people that is the core. That is the core of their of their content. And then you've got like people that go, well, I hit it big with that, so I'm going to keep hitting that topic again and again and again. And there's a reason why we at Old Spirits, when we decided to talk about, say, Satori and Cody or the Sam and Colby thing at the Conjuring House, we did a whopping 3 videos on that. When Project Fear was at that time one of our biggest sources of audience, of people coming in and discovering the channel and talking to us and watching our content, we only did two videos about them. And then we have the thing with Doug. Now, would it have been easier for me to go around to some of the higher end content creators, some that are dipping into the paranormal, like Call Me Chris and Selena Spooky Boo, and doing reaction stuff on them? Sure. I mean, that could have been my indication, maybe reaction videos are the way to go. But that's not what we do. I don't want to make a channel that is just reaction videos. I don't necessarily want to make a channel that constantly taps the same vein over and over again. We might go back to talking about something that Project Fear did. We might go back to something that Beardo Gets Scared did. There are a lot of different things that when we hit a nerve, when we strike a nerve, like, and a good example of that nerve would be the reaction video that I did with Doug. Currently, and I do stress that, currently, the Doug video sits at how many views now? The thumbnail was here in front of me once upon a time. There it is. It sits at 98,000 views. And that definitely deserves one of these. 98,000 views. This will be the first video that we've ever had on this channel that is going to reach, at the rate that it's going, at the rate that it's going to reach 100,000 views. So, according to the fad on YouTube, I should try to find something else to do with Doug, right? But that's not the kind of content that I want to create. I want to create content that deals with the paranormal and deals with paranormal investigation. But I have to keep feeding the algorithm. And that's the thing I noticed, is that when people get burned out because no one is watching their content, it's because they're not regularly putting up content. They will put out a whole bunch of content, and then they'll go dark, and then they'll do some more content randomly, and then they'll go dark for an even longer period of time, and then they're like, oh, this is not worth it. And I think that if you want to avoid burnout, particularly when you're creating paranormal content, and also when you're creating content in general, you want to have some kind of strategy. So what exactly is that strategy? Okay. I'm gonna have to take another break, everybody. My apologies. My wife is a fantastic cook, but she made curry, and right now, yeah, I'm getting my steps in. So give me a moment. I will be right back. Trust me, this will be quick. Alrighty. Let's take care of this real quick. Bye. Okay. There we go. Taken care of. Yeah, a lot of these bots are now looking at inactive accounts, and that's what they do their thing. Sorry, everyone. Wow. Did I happen to mention my wife's a great cook? But whew, man. Okay. Gonna do this again. Here we go. Burnout is a thing, and it's something that is a genuine worry, at least for me, because I've done this before where I feel driven in a project. I feel driven. I want to keep things going. I want to keep a momentum going, and then it gets harder and harder to put out an episode. This particular thing, Old Spirits, I feel like has the strategy that I never could quite get for podcasting, but I'm able to get things done, and I'm able to create content on a regular basis and keep it fresh. So these would be the tips that I would give if you ever think about content creation, video or audio, and if you ever think about working in the paranormal and doing some paranormal content, go in with the kind of strategy that, at least for me, I think is working very well at Old Spirits, and how we're able to both be true to the algorithm. We are also able to be, we're also able to create content on a regular basis for people. And we are also able to just avoid, just getting worn down to your last inch. So let me start from the beginning. Like when we first started this, when we first started doing this, me and Phil, I'm like, okay, I feel like what we should do is we should do an investigation, try to aim for 30 to 45 minute episodes, because we're new, and usually with new folks, people are not gonna. No, that's okay secondhand. But new people are not necessarily going to stick around for an hour, or people for the newer teams, an hour is asking a lot. So let's start with just 30 to 45 minutes, and even then is something. Yo, how you doing there, Luna? Good to see you in stream. Hope you're doing well. You might get a kick out of this. I'm talking about content creation, and I'm talking about working with video, and some of the stuff that you've come up with, Luna. Really good stuff. So I'm hoping that maybe you'll get something out of this too. But I'm talking specifically about the paranormal and how you can make it work. But I bet you could adjust this to pretty much anyone that's got a creative bone in their body and they want to be able to do something with video on YouTube. So the original idea is, okay, so we're gonna do an investigation, right? But we should have something in between, because especially when you work with video, it is hard to film something and then edit it down and make it coherent and make it smooth, and then that takes time. So that was when I said, well, what we could do in between investigations is this little thing called like a little vignette. It's just enough to feed the algorithm. It's more than a short, but it's not a full episode. And I actually played around with this on my original YouTube channel. On there, I would do some type of deep dive. Like I would do like a nerdy deep dive. I did like an essay about Marvel. I did something about cyberpunk. That was the big one. And I did another essay on Twitch and the DMCA. Like 5 minutes. So I would do the big essays, but then after doing the big essays, I would do this thing called the I think I called it the 2-minute tea break, or the 2-minute quick take. The quick take tea break. That's what I called it, the quick take tea break, and it was like a 2 to 5 minute video. And Yeah, I love doing video essays, but for me personally, that was a lot because even for the quick take tea breaks, those were tough to put together because I still had to write them up, and after writing them, I filmed them, and then I edited them, and then I found the corresponding media that I wanted to put in there. In fact, I would say that the Doug reaction video was the closest thing to the type of stuff that I was doing over at my T. Morris channel on YouTube. That stuff is still up there, but I also need to update it because I haven't put up any of my archive stuff from here. And it's mainly because I've been trying to work on getting caught up with the Grim Gazette. Right. So anyway, so when we were putting together what we were going to do with Old Spirits, I'm like, well, if there's going to be a gap between investigations, we should have something simple, something quick. And that's when we came up with the 5-minute paranormal. And we put in that category for the 5-minute paranormal things like, okay, how do you find an EVP? How do you grade an EVP? Let's do a review on the Flux 2. Let's do a review on a REM pod. And we could talk about in detail these things, do reviews, and then still feed the algorithm. And you build a schedule around that. So first season was episode 5-minute paranormal, 5-minute paranormal. Episode 5-minute paranormal, 5-minute paranormal. And that was the original plan. We were going to do 2 5-minute paranormals between every one episode. And then we noticed our investigations were getting longer and longer. So then I said, okay, well, let's try doing 2 parts. And what we'll do is and we experimented. We experimented with how we were going to do and present all these different things, you know. I think we did 5-minute paranormal, 5-minute paranormal, investigation part 1, 5-minute paranormal, investigation part 2, and then 2 5-minute paranormals. And that way it bought us enough time to go on ahead and do a new investigation, or at least edit it down. This season has been a little tighter, but the difference between season 3 versus the 2 previous seasons is we actually built a buffer. Right now we have content going all the way to the end of July. And after this weekend, if everything works out, we will be able to continue that 4 to 6 week buffer. Now that may not seem like a lot of time, but it is phenomenal. In fact, it is paramount, because when you have a buffer, that means you've got stuff that is scheduled, ready to go. You don't have to worry about it. And if life happens, you've got something to fall back on. Whether and you see now, Luna, you say a vacation. No. No. Because you see, with a vacation, that would mean that I would be completely hands-off and I wouldn't be making any content. But I'm still making content even with that 2-month buffer, that 1.5 month, 2-month buffer. And then let's say something happens where I get super busy or Phil gets super busy. And we work around that. That buffer is there in case of emergencies. And you do not want to squander that. Like right now, it's June 18th, and I'm looking at our content, and we have content scheduled all the way up to July 12th. To me, that's not enough time. I need to put some more stuff in there to make sure that I'm going all the way to the end of the month, if possible, even into August. So when we were putting together our schedule, particularly for season 3, this is the formula that's been worked best for us, right? We've got part 1, part 2, 5-minute paranormal, 5-minute paranormal. Part 1, part 2, 5-minute paranormal, 5-minute paranormal. And if we start the season with a buffer, and we maintain it, it's actually a lot easier to keep the content going. It's also easy in case something else happens, like, you know, life happens, and then we go, oh, we should actually take this 5-minute paranormal and move it up. And then we can start, you know, mixing and matching where to put stuff. We might be able to bump an investigation forward if it's already ready to go, or we can bump it back. In the case of, for example, like originally I wanted to have the Belmont Farm distillery to be the next investigation after Wayside. And I thought, no, actually, I think I wanted to go that Belmont leads into the finale, which is going to be the old hospital on College Hill. But then but this strategy is working for us on a couple of ways. First off, one, we've got content already in the hopper, scheduled, ready to go. The other thing is the investigations themselves are done. And that brings me to the next thing. When you put together a season, you want to have a beginning and you want to have an end, and then you want to have a seasonal break. And I'm going to talk about the seasonal break in just a second. Again, these are all different ways of avoiding burnout when you're creating content on a regular basis. In particular, for me, paranormal content. Luna just said in chat, even Ghosties got to get vacations. So I see and I raise, okay? I see and I raise. The ghosts for us get a vacation during the summer. I try to impress upon, now we're going to have some summer investigations, but I impress upon Phil, let's not investigate during the summer. Why is that? Well, one, everybody travels. So it is harder to get properties on your own, isolated, little to no noise. And especially if you are going outside. If you're going outside and you're doing outdoor investigations, forget about it, because you got the heat, you got the humidity, and you got insects and critters. Everybody, we're talking wild animals. The stuff that you saw, for example, in the Skinwalker clip from part 1. You've got so much. It's the one thing that I regret the most about our TWA episode. TWA investigation, the TWA episodes, those are my favorites. Those are some of my favorites. But the downside is that the cicadas, the crickets, the frogs, they are so effing loud that you really have to lean in for some of those EVPs at night. During the day, it's a little better, but at night, it's almost unlistenable. So that, and I'd love to be able to go back during the winter. The downside is that, well, now they've got luxury homes on the site, so much for that. Guy can dream, I guess. Or we can get a phone call saying, you guys do paranormal investigations. We'd like for you to come to our house because a pilot keeps knocking at the door every, and is asking, when can he make final approach. We don't know what he's talking about. Okay, we gotcha. Anyway, so really for us, production and presentation, or premieres in our case, we go on ahead and we do that during the summer. And the way that I would like because each season has premiered later and later. Like we did the first year we premiered in February, second one we premiered in March, this year we premiered in April. April was a little late for me, so I'd like to go back to a March, but I would say March to September is the optimum time for us to run episodes. Then we get to October. And in October, we're always gonna offer a Halloween special. You cannot be in the paranormal and not offer a Halloween special. You got to. And in this case, the October Halloween special is gonna be Annenberg. We're excited about that. We're gonna be streaming that episode. We're gonna be streaming that investigation. Never before investigated property. Yeah, I'm over the moon about that. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And then we decided, wouldn't it be fun if we did a December/holiday/Christmas special? And we do. And every year we do it, and it's a blast. It's a blast to do the holiday special. Phil and I wear our ugly sweaters and our stocking caps when we do the thing, and it's always fun. We're gonna keep doing that until we can't find a place to go to for Christmas. That's the way I look at it. But that brings me to the next thing. If you're doing presentations and hey, how you doing there, Val? If you're doing premieres and doing all that stuff during the summer, when do you ghost hunt? And that is where I would give the argument, do your ghost hunting between November and February. And it's funny, I actually got a little bit of a not necessarily a pat on the back, but validation, if you will, from Jason Hawes about this. And it's funny, I should about mention Jason Hawes and Cassie pops up. How you doing there, Val? Basically what I mean is that Jason and his pal JV were just recently doing an investigation in Gettysburg. They were doing it during the summer. So that means that it was a little busier. They couldn't get the place all to themselves. It was really a little tougher. But then the hosts, the people that run the inn that they were investigating, said, "Why don't you come back in the off season?" And the off season is November through roughly February, March, because it's cold, it's windy, it's miserable, quote unquote miserable. But the thing is, it's very quiet in Gettysburg, very quiet. And if you go back and you watch from season 2, our couples weekend in Gettysburg, you'll notice that we pretty much had the town to ourselves, and we got some incredible stuff. That was where we got the disembodied voice live on stream. That was where we got walking through. We were the only people walking through the triangular field, and I'm talking, and I just got this beautiful. It was a long day. I got that clear as a bell as an EVP. So yeah. Oh, you just stopped your writing stream. Thought you'd stop in. Cool. I heard you were doing some live writing streams. That's awesome. Good luck with that. I think it's cool. I think that's very cool. So if you're just constantly and that's the other thing, if you are constantly doing investigations when you're not doing premieres, when you're not revealing new content, you pretty much just amass investigations after investigations after investigations, and then you start editing them in February. That way you're not pressured, especially if you're trying to do weekly investigations. Now, if you're doing enough investigations that you can do weekly, mazel tov, good on you. But have a season which has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And for us, our solid season will be this year. We haven't missed a week yet, and I'm gonna fight tooth and nail to make sure we don't. But we have an investigation pretty much every month up to October. So April through October. Now I'm gonna shift that, and I'm gonna try to make it April through September. So the question is, okay, well then, if the algorithm hates gaps, if the algorithm hates it when you take a break, because yes, the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm will punish you if you take a break, which is why you also hear about so many of these people saying, yeah, we've been producing content on a regular basis for 5 years and we haven't taken a break. Okay. So that was when something like a little 5-minute paranormal comes into play. You start doing reviews. You can do reviews of different stuff. When you look at our YouTube channel, and you see the most viewed or popular videos, this is how it goes. We've got the Doug video, which is not a 5-minute paranormal, but it also falls under the Grim Gazette, that's still a new thing that I'm working around. But staying with the 5-minute paranormal and the investigation itself. GhostTube, 23,000 views, right? That's a 5-minute paranormal. Project Fear is worth watching, 5-minute paranormal. 28 Days Haunted, 5-minute paranormal. Project Fear debunks Satori and Cody. That's another, that's an unexpected, what is it? Grim Gazette. How to set up your that was the funniest one. That one I did not expect. How to set up your Spirit Box PSB 11. That is one of our top 5 videos. 5-minute paranormal. Spirit Box review, 5-minute paranormal. REM Pod review, 5-minute paranormal. Flux 2 review, 5-minute paranormal. Ghost Tube Seer, 5-minute paranormal. Return to Haunted Crash Site, 5-minute paranormal. It's not until we get to video 10, Terror at Haunted Crash Site, TWA. Boom. Right? And But that's my point, is that by doing the shorter stuff, I'm still feeding the algorithm. And it brings value because the shorter stuff isn't just throwaway content. It's reviews, it's product reviews, it's how to set up certain things. It's a review of 28 Days Haunted. It is a review of Project Fear. It's a review of, and then, so I'm going to get to how the Grim Gazette fits into all of this. But in the off time between episodes, between investigations, we can have 5-minute paranormals and still feed the algorithm. But then we reach the end of the season. Well, then what? Okay, that's when you start leaning into shorts, and you just feed you feed the algorithm, and you feed it with shorts. How do you do that? Economically as well as efficiently. You go back to your previous stuff, the 5-minute paranormals, the investigations, and you mine them for quick little 1 to 2 minute clips. Well, I'm sorry, I'm thinking like TikTok, YouTube. 1 minute clips from each of these investigations, each of these 5-minute paranormals. And the nice thing about YouTube Shorts is you can directly link it back to another YouTube video. So pretty much you're making commercials that you can schedule. And then of course there's, fun stuff that we've done with CapCut and and just special little blips here and there that you could easily turn into a YouTube short. And as Luna said, feed the mighty algorithm. And you can do 1 to 2 shorts a day, easily schedule them during the weekend, and boom, you can walk away from it. So that's another way you can feed the algorithm, not just with stuff like 5-minute shorts, but then you go into actual YouTube shorts and do 1-minute clips. And then you've got stuff like what I'm doing here, the Grim Gazette. This was a totally unexpected thing that was actually recommended to me by a stream doctor. And I actually need to go back to Streamer Square once things, solidify and settle down for me, re-up my membership and ask them, okay, what's my next step? What do I need to do next? But she recommended to me, a lovely woman by the name of Loco over at Streamer Square. She said, you should do a debunk channel or reaction channel. And I was totally against it, and so was my stream. My stream was totally against this. But then I came up with the concept of the Grim Gazette. We'll have it do wacky news stories or weird news stories or feel-good news stories. And this is one of the more popular things that I do on this channel now. People enjoy it. And I'm like, okay, great. Because I feel like now I'm leaning into my educator side, and I can be like, okay, let's talk about what happened on Amy's Crypt. Let's talk about what happened on Beardo. Let's talk about ways of avoiding burnout. And now I'm doing this on a regular basis. I record it live on Twitch, so I'm feeding the Twitch algorithm. And as far as YouTube, I take the Twitch episode, download it, edit it out, boom. Now, will the Grim Gazette take a break? It has already. It has in the past. But it's easily managed. It's easily managed, this type of content. And also I learned and again, big props to Steve Saylor, my man, Steve Saylor. When I started putting up the edited versions for YouTube, Steve was like, T, you can't put up 2.5 to 3 hours. That's a long watch. And I'm like, he is absolutely right. And thus I now had 2 new additions that if I wanted to stretch out, I could. But I now have 2 extra hours of content that I can put out there. And all of this stuff is just feeding the algorithm. Then if somebody comes even forward and says, okay, well now the shorts aren't going to cut it. You need to start providing some content that will be able to go all year round. Well, and editing down streams can take a lot of work, unless you have very specific start and stop points, right? Let me go back a bit. I applied for a job last night, and one of the requirements was TikTok, which I never used before. is it something we should all be using now? I'm a multimedia designer. So the way to look at TikTok is that TikTok is a necessary evil. At one time, it was the place to be. But the weird thing is now TikTok is trying to be like YouTube, and YouTube is trying to be more like TikTok. And I'll get into that. That splitting of hairs in just a moment. But the way to approach TikTok is I make content for YouTube, and then I will repurpose it for TikTok. It's easier for me to do that way. But when it comes to the continuing to make the most of your feed, like for example, let's say the shorts are just no longer cutting it. We get a bit of a dip in our subscriptions. We get a dip in our visibility, what have you, right? In that break between Christmas and the new year, or sorry, not the new year, the new season, which will be March. So what do I do between January and February? One option is starting up 5-minute paranormals again. Do them weekly. I can make 3 5-minute paranormals within a day if I really push myself. I would prefer to have Phil make a 5-minute paranormal and me make a 5-minute paranormal, so we have double the content. And we just put that out on a weekly basis. That'd be one way. That'd be one thing we could do. But then you reach, and this is what I would tell people: do your best to reach season 5. Because when you reach season 5, that's when you get to step back and go, holy Hannah in a handbasket. I have over 100 videos that I can choose from. In fact, I think I did the math, and I'm averaging roughly, if you look at all the different episodes that we create on a regular basis, between season 1 and season 3. And let me just go on ahead and ask real quick. Ziggy, what is 36 times 3?
36 times 3 is 108.
Okay. So I have over 108 different episodes. Now, they're all different sizes, but I have 108 different pieces of content to choose from. So what do I do with that? I can make what I would call the lead investigator cut. And you're heading out for the night. Thank you, Val. Thank you, Cassie, for coming in. You have a good night. Take care of yourself. Good to have you in stream. But but you now have 108 different pieces of content to choose from. So what do? That's when you start doing compilations. And the people that I learned that from were not only Paranormal Quest, but I learned that from Viva La Dirt League. Because Viva La Dirt League, the way they fed their algorithm was they were just dropping in these little 3-minute comedy sketches, right? They would do like maybe 2 a week. These little 3-minute comedy sketches. And they did that steadily. And what you could tell they would do is they would rent out this and because they're shooting in New Zealand, Pip knew where they were. They were shooting in this little historical village, and they would just rent out the village for a day or two, and they would be like, okay, let's do our sketches. And they just do random sketches. They would just do a whole crap ton of sketches. And then after so many seasons, they were like doing supercuts. And they would have these 20, 30-minute compilations. And then after another few seasons, they would have, mega compilations. And then they launched, of course, Viva La Dirt League D&D, and that was another source of content for them. But it's those compilations, like I know that if we investigated a few more motels or a few more bed and breakfasts, we could easily do a compilation for haunted B&Bs or haunted bed and breakfasts or haunted inns or something like that. We could do, if we did like another theater or two, we could do haunted theaters, the Bird, the theater, the Masonic Theater in Clifton Forge, and wherever else we go. All these different places, they all start to add up. And compilations are very easy to put together. And I found that out when I did a 5-minute paranormal as a compilation, and that compilation was basically I called it the Christmas list compilation. And it was just, reviews of different stuff that you could buy for people that are into the paranormal, investigating and otherwise. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do. The trick is getting there. The trick is getting there, particularly to that 5th season. I mean, it's hard for me to even look at the possibilities of what we can do after season 5. But that's part of what's driving me right now. And what I'm trying to get across is that you really should approach your content with a hardcore strategy and stick with that schedule. Before launching a new channel, before launching any new content project, you should have at least 2 to 2.5 months of content already edited, polished, ready to go. Audio, to me, that's very easy because it's audio. So it can be as evergreen as you like. And you don't have to worry about, it's just easier to edit audio. You start getting into video, that's a little different. And video is a lot harder to work with. Now, does that mean I have any regrets? Absolutely not. I have no regrets. I mean, I am thrilled. I am pleased. I am over the moon of how much I've been able to maintain with Phil and Tina and Pip helping me out, been able to maintain this schedule. And I just want to keep it. I want to keep it there. It is very resource intensive, especially Luna. I don't know if you've ever worked with After Effects, but After Effects is what I use to create the Grim Gazette opening and closing. That's intense. After Effects is just it just wrings your computer dry. But but is it worth it? Oh, After Effects is your bread and butter? Oh, that's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. Absolutely. After Effects is where it's at. And but when it comes to the content itself, have a strategy. Have a definitely mapped out strategy, but also leave it open. Leave it open for other ideas. Like one of the ways that I would like to be able to manage our content is I want to time it with Phil and his podcast Don't Turn Around, which he's been posting on Old Spirits. And what I'd like to see him do is to have him run Don't Turn Around in the off season. So we are out investigating, collecting video. He has scheduled his podcast to run November through March, and then March we launch Old Spirits. That way we can have year-round content. And I think having that sort of open mind about the strategy that you put together for your paranormal content will help you avoid burnout. Because if Phil is collecting his interviews during, say, the summer, but he doesn't release them until the winter, that way we actually can get a vacation. We can get some downtime so that we can go out and do paranormal investigations. That's the thing. Our vacations are paranormal investigations. And that works fine for us. That works just fine for us. So that, in a nutshell, is what I wanted to talk about, was just sort of a way of looking at what you want to accomplish with your paranormal content and how to avoid burnout. Because burnout is a thing. And unless you are going full time, and unless you have a crew that is able to, on a full-time basis, record, edit, and put out an investigation, it's going to be hard. And I think that Amy of Amy's Crypt and Ryan and Dave of Amy and Jared of Amy's Crypt, Ryan and Dave of Paranormal Quest, you've heard me talk about them before. Even Jason Hawes with Jason and JV. Jason is learning his way around this, and Beardo gets scared. I mean, they're all navigating this, and I think if you approach the content that you're creating here efficiently and Actually, I should actually cite a dear friend of mine who I haven't met. Dear friend who I haven't met, but one day I hope to. Truey. Trui. I'll have her link in here, but Truey, I need to get either a t-shirt or I need to put it up here somewhere on my wall. She has a lovely saying, stream smarter, not harder. And I feel that's the same way you should approach content on YouTube or elsewhere. You don't need to create content harder. You need to create content smarter. Make it efficient and make it flexible. Instead of you being controlled by your stream or by your content, you should be the one in control of the content. So I'm gonna wrap up with that.
I suggest you let that one marinate.
And I want to say real quick, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for enjoying the 20th issue of the Grim Gazette. It has been a delight bringing you this absolutely weird content. And I hope that you've enjoyed tonight. It's always fun coming on here and getting weird with you on Tuesday nights. So until next week, you all know what to do. Stay weird. Okay, everybody. And that was issue 20. That was issue 20, everybody. How about that?
I suggest you let that one marinate.
I'm gonna let that marinate. Hell, I'm pumped about that.
You better settle down over there. I'm gonna come talk to you.
Nope. That was a good one. That was an awfully good streams. Not necessarily over, but the Grim Gazette is. So yeah, Luna. You were coming in on the second half. First half is obviously weird news and all that good stuff. I'm still gonna stick around for a little bit longer, just to see how everybody's doing, just to hang out. But yeah, that episode actually felt really good. That issue felt good. I will probably take the transcript or something from this, and I'll probably turn it into a proper 5-minute paranormal, something a little cleaner and a little neater. Because yeah, I've seen a lot of different paranormal groups just burn out, and it breaks my heart because some of them have really created absolutely fantastic content. Not necessarily calling anybody out, but a good example are the folks at West Virginia Paranormal. I love those guys. I do. I absolutely love those guys. We got a chance to collaborate with them, and we did a collab. Did I just use the word collab? Oh God, I did. I just used the word collab. Anyway, I collaborated with we collaborated with them, OSI and WVPI, and we went to the old hospital in College Hill. Oh, here we go. Mothman. Okay, and we went to the old hospital, but the thing is, they have a show. I did go to West Virginia. I did. All the creators are burning out. It's so hard to chase the algorithm. Yeah, it is. But there's also a point, I feel, Luna, where some of them have been enjoying the gravy train, if you will. It's a bit like, it reminds me a lot of when, it reminds me a lot of the DCM apocalypse, when all these folks who were playing their own music and their own playlists and their jams, and they were having a great time and doing their shtick, and then during the pandemic, suddenly people were calling up going, yeah, that ends now. And creators just, they got complacent. And I think they've also gotten complacent, particularly some of the bigger ones, because they aren't. They're no longer. They're no longer coming across as authentic, especially in the paranormal. You know, you got Sam and Colby, you've got the twin paranormal, you got Mind Seed, you've got Oh My Gosh, and they're making this broad. They're painting with this broad brush. Oh, nobody's watching anymore. No, they're watching. They're just not watching you, because for the longest time, people thought that was paranormal investigation, screaming in the dark, running away from ghosts. When you've got people like Beardo, when you got people like Mythos Paranormal saying, if you're a paranormal investigator, you should be going towards the sound, not running away from it. I can't remember who. I think it was Beardo was doing. Hang on a minute. Now I gotta know. Now I gotta remember. Let's see. Beardo gets scared. Oop. Okay. Let me try it with the @ symbol. Maybe that'll work. But he was well, no, I mean the difference between it's no, it wasn't Midwest. Was it? No, it wasn't. It wasn't them. Was it Midwest Ghost Hunter? I don't think so. Popular videos, gaming, paranormal investigations, debunking. Here we go. Videos. So because maybe it was Midwest Ghost Hunter. I think it was. If it wasn't Midwest Ghost Hunter, it was. Yeah, it was Midwest Ghost Hunter. It were these guys that were literally, they heard something outside of the house, right? And they were like, we got to go, man. We got to go. We got to go. And I'm sitting there going, but dude, you're a paranormal investigator. You should get your buddy out of the psychomantium that he's in and saying, there's something happening outside. We need to check it out. Right? This is why I do my hobbies that trigger anxiety. I'm not going to do a mock TED Talk with my friends anytime soon. Well, you see, and here's the thing, Luna. This is what I would say about paranormal investigation. I can still count, after 3 years, I can still count on one hand how many times I was scared. I can count on one hand and still have a finger or two left over. No, I'm sorry. It wasn't Midwest Ghost Hunter. It was Overnight. That's the name of it. Overnight. That was the name of them. These guys were absolute chowderheads. And do I spook easily? Oh, hell yeah. Let me jump ahead. Let me go on ahead and jump ahead to let's see. Let me just see right here. Let me just see if this is.
Where are you?
Here we go. Okay, so you want to see how easily spooked I can get, all right? Hang on. So this is me playing Phasmophobia for the very first time. Okay? I'm not going to go full screen on this. Okay? I'm not going to go full screen on this because I just want to try to keep this as friendly as possible. This is the first time I ever played Phasmophobia. Now you'll notice I'm not going to turn the volume up too loud. You'll see why. Okay? And I'm just going to give you a quick trigger warning. A scream is about to come up. Okay? So, here we go. Right.
Okay.
My light is going out. My light is going out.
Where are you?
I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you.
Okay. Oh!
So there's the replay of the ghost coming out. Behind you. I'm right behind you.
Okay. Oh!
Ah! Jesus! Oh my God!
Get out of here.
That was a video game. Okay? That was a video game. And that was how hard I screamed. So yes, I am extremely jumpy, especially in horror movies. Phil loves the horror movies. I love the company I keep with Phil, but I'm telling you right now. Whoop. Forgot. I left the GG opening. I'll tell you right now, I hate horror movies. I hate horror movies. And I agree. Phasmophobia is one of the scariest. It's one of the scariest games I've ever played. And I also describe Phasmophobia and Demonologist in this way. Phasmophobia is going on a paranormal investigation, and is going on a paranormal investigation, minus the demon trying to rip your face off. But Phasmophobia is like going on a paranormal investigation. Demonologist is going on an investigation in a horror movie. That's the difference between the two. But the reason why, and this is why I tend to invite a lot of people to come to investigating with me, is I really do believe that television and mainstream media have gone out of their way to especially the bro culture, and it's strong. The bro culture in paranormal investigation, it is so over the top in some places, and it's annoying as hell because it doesn't have to be that way. It really doesn't, and and they people try to add in an element of danger. Now, if you go to a place like Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, if you go to St. Albans, again, a mental institution or a mental asylum, if you go to Crescent or Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary, you go to places like that, yes, they are going to be scary. There is going to be an element of fear. Not necessarily danger, but definitely fear. Because there's some dark shit that happened in places like that. But then you go to a place like, say, the Jenny Wade House, Linville Manor, the Bird Theater. Places like that, it's very chill. It's very chill. It's creepy. It's creepy, but it also can be a lot of fun, and there can also be a lot of wide-eyed wonder about it. So yeah, I do feel that that we are kind of at a disadvantage. Oh, pardon me. I feel like we're kind of at a disadvantage because because we there are people that are convinced that that it's going to be scary, it's going to be terrifying. And like I said, most of the time I'm fine. And I am the biggest scaredy cat you'll ever meet. It took me a long time to I want to say it was around around our second year that I started taking the initiative, that I started stepping forward. But those first couple of investigations with Phil, I was terrified. Until I realized maybe instead of being terrified, maybe I should go in with an open mind and a little bit of wide-eyed wonder. And that definitely changed some things for me. I still enjoyed it. But, I'm not here to convince you one way or the next. But the point I was getting at was that these content creators are now starting to do things. They're starting to do things that are not necessarily what they became known for. Laney and Ben, Mindseed, Oh My Gosh, and so on. They're starting to do things like top 10 lists. They're starting to do top 10 UFO things. And I tell you, if you want to know where I get the most aggravated, Pip and I one day we came across two channels where it was all AI. Not just the footage, but the voiceover as well. Somebody wrote a script, fed it to the AI, and then they basically had and I don't even know if they edited the video, but the entire video, both content and voiceover, it was all AI generated. And it was cold and it was hollow, but man, were people watching it. Now, why were they watching it? It was probably in the background, or they probably were like, oh, let me find out some some quick little tidbits about this thing, or this thing. And that actually gets under my skin quite a bit. But I really do think, I agree with what Beardo says, that there is a shift. And that I think people are now starting, like, they want to see a paranormal investigation. And they want to see how it's supposed to be done, as opposed to, oh, we're going to go in and we're going to, we're going to shout demon, and we're going to pretend that we're possessed, and we're going to roll on the floor. We're going to, threaten people in our party with the companion demon that the host treats as a pet. Yes, that's actually some stuff out there. When paranormal investigation is put on YouTube, it is bad. It's really bad. But but I do think that there's also something not quite working, at least for me, with the metrics. Like, there are people that have more subs. Obviously, they got way more subs than our channel. But then I look at their numbers, and I'm like, how can you have? I'm just throwing out a number there based on one of these idiotic groups that I saw. How can you have 26 million people sub to your channel? But then I look at your videos, and some of them barely even crack 10,000 views. 26,000 subs and 10,000 views, those metrics don't work. I mean, I'm not saying that maybe you or your management team were purchasing subs. I'm not saying that. I would never dare to make that claim. But that does not mesh. That really does not mesh. I mean, going back to Doug has roughly 3 million, I think, 3 million subs. And I know that the video that we did, let me try that again. The video that Doug did about Twitch for Dummies, that's cleared at least 1 million views within a few months. I mean, it cleared a million views within a month of it being released. And to me, those are great metrics. Those are phenomenal metrics. You got someone with 2 million, 3 million people subbed, and his views average the same as his subs, if not more. So yeah, I ask questions like that just to figure it out. And as far as our own videos go, we've got people subbed to this channel, and I'm thrilled for that. I'm absolutely thrilled for that. On YouTube, I should say, and here as well. And but on YouTube, the views it's a mixed bag of nuts. And one of the things that I think we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out the algorithm. Is the thumbnail working? Are we using the right keywords? And by the time you figure it out, and here's the other thing to know when you're applying for jobs in this industry, Luna. Just when you figure out the algorithm, someone's going to change the algorithm. The only people, and that's where I sometimes get a little what's a good word for it? I get a little side eye when it comes to people that say, "Oh, here's what's happening with the algorithm. Here's what's happening with the algorithm." Case in point. Ouch. I've heard that instead of filming videos like this, YouTube wants all your live videos, and I'm stressing that, all your live videos, to be filmed like this. And I got some news for you. That is not happening on any of my live videos. That YouTube. Because there's a reason why you shoot in landscape. And especially with paranormal, I don't want to have my field of vision just down to this. I really want to make sure. I want to make sure that that it is landscape, so that I can get as much field of view as I can get. So yeah, and here's the thing, I heard some people talk about that, like, oh yeah, all AI, all the lives should now be landscape unless you want to get shut down by the YouTube algorithm. I looked everywhere for some type of confirmation on that. Couldn't find it. And I'm like, okay, this is either A, the greatest secret ever kept by YouTube, or B, somebody said something to somebody and then it got repeated to Sam and Colby, and now Sam and Colby are talking like that. I don't buy that for a second. I do not buy that for a second. That is the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard. So, so if that is the case, if they're changing it up, that dramatically, I'm still going to do it. That's why I say, as a content creator have I really been content creating for 20 years? Yeah, a little over 20 years. That includes podcasts. So yeah, I would say that when it comes to the content, I'm going to make the best content I can. And if someone says, well, that should be a portrait, that shouldn't be a landscape, I'm like, that's gonna hurt the quality of the content. I want it to be landscape. Done. So that's my 2 cents, and I will die on that hill. I'd rather piss off the algorithm than create bad content or create crappy content. And hello, Zen Horse. You're releasing 2 videos a day. Now, here's my question to you, Zen Horse. How long do you think you can keep that up? I mean, are these long videos? Are these short videos? Like how long are these videos that you're putting up? I'm just curious. 1 video, 1 short. Okay, that's doable. That is very doable. So good on you. Good on you, man. And roughly 30 to 40 minutes. Again, that's impressive. That's impressive. My shorts get like, yeah, exactly. Now these videos that you're shooting, these 30 to 40 minute videos you're shooting, are they lives or are those edited videos? Because that's, like I said, that's a pretty hefty schedule. Daily, you're doing daily videos, you're doing 2 a day, and it's 30 to 40 minutes for one and a short for another. Oh, okay. Let's Play's minimal editing. Okay, you're off to a good start then. Good luck. I hope that schedule not only works out for you, I hope you can make the whole thing work. I really do. I hope you can. And speaking of, I think I am now going to officially, and this is this is nothing personal, Zen Horse. I've just been streaming for coming up on 4 hours. That is where I'm going to tap out. And I do know that on Twitch, that works against me. I know that on Twitch, before anybody tells me, yes, I know on Twitch, it's helpful if you stream 8-10 hours a sit. You know what? No. Again, stream smarter, not harder. That's another quick road to burnout. Okay. But the schedule we got going on, I think it's working. I think it's great. I'm enjoying it. And look at that. Look at who's on. Sorry. I just noticed that someone that I didn't expect to be on is on. Now let's see. How long has she been on? You know what? I don't know how much longer Boo is going to be on. But Boo the Little Ghost is on, so why don't we give her some love? Because Boo is awesome. I've ghost hunted with Boo before. And Boo is all that. So let's raid Boo the Little Ghost. Now, you know what to do, chat. You know what to do. If you have a tier 1 sub here, you don't have to have a tier 1 sub here, but if you have a tier 1 sub here, all you have to do is copy and paste this message into Boo's chat. If you want, you can make your own message. Feel free to make your own message with your own with your own emotes. Just make sure to say it's a tea party, a tea with 2 E's, and cheers from the Monster Mash. Okay. I will be back. I'll be back on Thursday. It's either going to be a footage review or it's going to be a Blind Leads the Blind with Steve the Blind Gamer Sailor. So we'll have to see which one. But until then, thank you so much for being a part of this issue. Thank you so much for hanging out for the after chat. And I hope you all have a great rest of the night. Excuse me. I'll hydrate later. And of course, I hope you have a great Wednesday. You all take care of yourselves. Mwah. Peace. And stay weird.
Actually, you know what I might do? I should be responsible and do the dishes after stream. Hi, babies! Welcome in! No game more! Hi! Oh, she's trying. Hi! Sorry, I'm gonna get Chase here in a second. Hi, Luca. Hi, T. How are you? Ah! Oh. Oh! No! Hi, everyone. Welcome in. Hi. Now the song's over. I'm sorry, I got nervous. Oh my god. Oh, screw the dishes game more? That's fair. Hi, welcome in everyone. Hi everyone from the tea party. Welcome in everyone. My name is Boo. My pronouns are she, her. I'm currently playing some Dead by Daylight. I'm your local neighborhood friendly ghost, and I'm just here to have some fun, play some games, and meet new friends. Speaking of friends, you guys came in for hanging out with T. I hope you guys had so much fun with T. T, how dare you sub? How dare
you, fellow OFI ghost hunter.
Thank you.
As for me,
make sure you give love to Pip and Sunny for me.
Sub and talking about avoiding paranormal burnout.
Oh my god, really?